Yeah, okay, my friends. Looks like we are live. Peace talks are underway in Pakistan right now. We got U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance on station in Islamabad to lead talks, hopefully directly with Iran. That's what we're going to talk about. So, are we going to have some type of real ceasefire, or is it just giving the U.S. Navy time to reload? Before I take it any further, I'll make sure that my microphone is on, because the last live stream I talked for over a minute with no audio. Steven Spielberg here. So I'll go to your comments and I'll take this time to make sure all my technical equipment is up and running. Coral C, how are you? Checking in from Jacksonville. David Hennessy, how are you? And if somebody could just let me know, how is the audio? Is it too loud? Is it not loud enough? Is there too much buzzing? Now look, I got a couple mosquitoes buzzing around here. And this microphone is so sensitive, it might pick up these mosquitoes. Damn. Mosquitoes been kind of bad lately here in Southeast Asia. Let's see, Ethan, how are you, my friend? Hope you're doing well. And again, folks, I'll give everybody just a few minutes to come online. Ethan says the audio is good. Okay, everything is looking good. I've spent like this last week working on audio. Y'all hear me talk about it. There's so many settings, different microphones. I had one microphone dialed in and then it fried the audio handle. So tonight is another new setup with some different settings, trying to improve the audio with the microphones that I have. And again, this mosquito seems to be trying to ruin my audio here. Let's see, Ivan, how are you? Got Heath checking in from Tennessee, and David says can hear you fine in Australia. Okay, well, looks like all of my technical equipment is up and running. So let's just start out what we have on the screen there. DJT's not latest tweets, whatever he calls them, folks. I left Twitter, 15 years ago. I don't know what they call social media stuff. So Trump tweeted out, this is 22 hours ago, about a day ago, world's most powerful reset, President DJT. It's a little bit cryptic. And then he comes up here to this Palantir Technologies has proven to have great warfighting capabilities and equipment. I don't even know what they do. Never heard of them. But he puts that out there. And as we speak, we have J.D. Vance on station in Pakistan. And let's just go and try to catch up on what's going on. The negotiations were supposed to start, I think it was it 7:30 Philippine times? You know, I always get the Greenwich Mean Time messed up. But basically, it supposedly just started. So let's go to an update. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance meets Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif in Islamabad ahead of ceasefire negotiations, which are the highest level talks with Iran since the 1979 Islamic Revolution. Let's see, high-profile Iranian officials also met Sharif and other top Pakistani officials as they hold indirect talks with the U.S. Iran's delegation includes Tehran's Parliament Speaker Mohammad Ghalibaf and Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. So they're meeting with the civilian government. And my previous live stream, I voiced my opinion that they're meeting with the wrong people, because it seems that a couple of top commanders, or one or two or several of them, of the guards are the ones in charge, the military. Let's just talk quick terms. Iran's military is in charge. They're not listening to the cleric side, the government side. They're the ones calling the shots. It's basically a damn coup. So Vance is meeting with people who are really not in charge. So no matter what they talk about or ink on paper, if the military is not going to adhere to their orders, we're meeting with the wrong people, whether we like it or not or want to admit it. Pakistan says it's trying to facilitate direct talks between the U.S. and Iran to end the 6-week war in the Middle East. Okay, moving right along. So everybody's there on station. Senior Iranian officials, the vice president, everybody is there, and it looks like there's just so much complication as to whether they're not going to meet direct. Like all these rules, and this is what we may do, how they're going to shake hands. There's too much just bullshit, okay? You got the vice president there. Stop all the formalities and meet with the folks from Iran, and let's get down to business. I mean, I'm sitting here reading this, what they think's going to happen, and who's going to shake hands. Should there be somebody from Pakistan standing in the middle? Just, it's too much bullshit. JD, you're there. Talk to the Iranian foreign minister. Knock taters with them and say, hey, yo, dog, who the fuck is in charge? All right? Be straight up, be honest with me. If you ain't in charge, let's talk ground truth. Pakistan brings experience and ties to the table as a mediator. Let's see, according to somebody, it says Islamabad has excellent relations with the U.S. and Iran, giving it a position as a mediator. Okay, so apparently they do. And I want to put this gentleman's picture up on the screen. All right, old Field Marshal Munir from the Pakistan side. There we go right there. That's a picture of the gentleman. I talked about him because that's the article a couple of streams ago that piqued my interest, because they said that this gentleman right here, Field Marshal Munir, was up all night long talking to J.D. Vance, Witkoff, and the Iranian foreign minister. And just the personal aspect, the human nature of it, you don't stay up all night long on the phone missing your sleep unless it's something important. People are engaged. You got people to talk to. So that gentleman right there on the left, I guess Saturday night, last Sunday night, whatever, he was up a week ago all night long trying to bring everybody to the table and off-ramp Trump's deadline on Tuesday, last Tuesday at 8 p.m., where he was going to take out their power plants and bridges and bomb them back into the Stone Age. So no matter what happens, I just shout out to that gentleman right there, because he was up like Lionel Richie all night long trying to get some peace going on. Okay. All right, so let me refresh the screen, and for reference, I'm going to just go to Al Jazeera right now. They seem to be updating everything pretty quickly here. Okay, let's go on down. Problem is they're putting too much information in their feed here. Okay, fingers on the trigger. This comes from Tehran. An Iranian government spokesperson says sending a delegation to Pakistan demonstrates Tehran's resolve to negotiate with the U.S., though she cautioned that their fingers would remain on the trigger. And you come over here to Donald J. Trump talking about the world's most powerful reset. And that will lead me to a New York Post exclusive. Trump tells the Post he's preparing military if Iran fails to comply in talks. Quote, "We're loading up the ships." Let me just read it verbatim. President Trump told the Post on Friday that U.S. warships are being reloaded with the best ammunition to resume strikes on Iran if peace talks in Pakistan fail. He spoke shortly after Vice President J.D. Vance boarded Air Force Two en route to Islamabad, where he will be joined by Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner to negotiate a final peace after a 2-week ceasefire was reached on Tuesday. Now, this article is a little bit old, but they're already there. Trump says we're going to find out in about 24 hours. We're going to know soon. We have a reset going. Now, obviously, that's connected to this tweet that he put out there about a powerful reset. We're loading up the ships with the best ammunition, the best weapons ever made, even better than what we did previously, and we blew them apart. But we're loading up the ships. We're loading up the ships with the best weapons ever made, even at a higher level than we used to do a complete decimation. And if we don't have a deal, we will be using them, and we will be using them very effectively. Okay. You're dealing against people that we don't know whether or not they tell the truth. Trump told the Post. To our face, they're getting rid of all nuclear weapons. Everything's gone. And then they go out to the press and say, no, we'd like to enrich. So we'll find out. Let's see. Top White House economist Kevin Hassett said, we're very, very hopeful about the negotiations. We've got the A-team going to Pakistan to negotiate with the Iranians. And we also have backup plans if necessary. Okay, well, you may have the A-team going there, but if you're not negotiating with the right people, the people who have the real power, it don't matter what team. You can send Hannibal, B.A. Baracus, Howlin' Mad Murdoch, and Face, and they're not going to get nowhere because this general is actually the one calling the shots. The military's in control. They're doing what they want to do. The talks are expected to focus on U.S. demands that Iran hand over an estimated 1,000 pounds of deeply buried enriched uranium and fully reopen the strait to international shipping. All right, take a pause here. Let's see if there's any immediate updates. But the last updates I heard was that, okay, basically the folks from Iran have met with Pakistan's president, shook hands, knocked taters, and then Vice President J.D. Vance met with them. And from here, I'm waiting on updates like everybody else, whether they're going to play like children. One person, U.S. sit in this room, the Iranians sit in this room, and they send messages back and forth like fucking school children, using the Pakistanis as messenger boys to run notes back and forth. That's just ridiculous to me. both sides come a long way to sit down and talk about stuff. Stop the formalities. Let J.D. Vance get in front of the Iranian foreign minister and a couple of interpreters and go to work. This is some serious shit here. We got 50 days worth of fuel over here on average. Before I know it, my onions are going to be, through the roof. I'm going to be walking to the market, riding a bicycle. Stop the formalities. Go to work. All right, I'll go to your comments. I know I talked for a long time. Take a pause in the action. Let's see. KC, how are you? Applejack's Gaming. Hope you're doing well. Vet Vlogs, how are you? Let's see, Big 797, how are you? Yeah, Stay Frosty, how you doing, my friend? Hope you're doing well. Let's see, Vet Vlogs, thank you very much for reading my book. Certainly appreciate you taking the time to read it. I'd be glad to take a picture with you. Hang out, and maybe by the time you get over here, I'll be back to drinking beer. We'll drink some beers, talk about the mysteries of life. Rod, how are you? Let's see. I laugh. I saw that clip that the president posted, and I'm not going to play it because I'll get in trouble with the Google squirrels. But I had no idea what I hit play on. And next thing you know, some dirtbag is beating a poor defenseless lady with a hammer. What is the world coming to? All right, I Laugh is talking about there's a phantom broadcast coming out of Iran on repeat since the war started. I saw a little bit of information about that circulating around the ham radio channels. Just reading off some random codes. I'm vaguely aware of what you're talking about, my friend. See, Gold Coast on station. And Gary, how are you doing? Checking in from Saskatchewan. Chicken Thai Maine, checking in from Budidam. And then, let's see, Vet Vlogs checking in from San Antonio. Got Ontario on station. The audio is perfect. Okay, all right. So everything sounds like old single dad is doing good on the technical aspects of this. I'm getting better. Other than the fact that last night I didn't turn the microphone on for a full minute or two. I Must Be Totally Frank checking in from Cebu City. And Busa 101. And Chain Firing, how are you? Okay, so let me go back and finish the New York Post article where basically Trump is saying, if we don't have some type of agreement, now look, I realize this is another threat, another deadline, what have you. Certain people look at it like he's not getting anywhere, keeps chickening out. I'm saying if you apply the art of war, it doesn't matter how bad you look in between. It's about the final objective. So, retired four-star Army General Jack Keane said Friday the U.S. is prepared militarily to take control of the strait from Iran, and Trump won't accept a bad deal. I know our forces can open up that strait and protect the ships going through it. People are hand-wringing about a drone here and a missile there. They don't understand the plan and the details of the plan. The United States military can secure defined space that's moving through the straits, put an absolute air cap and air bubble around all of that and make certain that anything that tries to penetrate it is going to be defeated. Okay, other key points will be ending Iran's support for regional proxies, the status of the country's ballistic missile program, and Tehran's request for the lifting of U.S. sanctions. All right, so that's the interview, article, what have you, that Trump gave to the New York Post. It basically says, we're loading up the ships. Now let's just take a look. Let's just stop for a second and pause and look at things from just a simple logistics situation, right? You're going in, hitting targets 110% a day. You're depleting your ammo. Let's just use simple terms. Our ammo is being depleted at a rate faster than we can replenish it. What's the perfect thing? We just need a 15-day ceasefire. 15 days will give a lot of time to replenish stockpiles and reload. Again, those are very simple terms, but is this 15-day ceasefire just designed to give Trump, give the U.S. military time to rearm, regroup? Is that what it's all about? I'm not asserting that. I'm just posing the question to invoke thought. From a logistics standpoint, it makes perfect sense. There's the old argument, does ops drive logistics, or does logistics drive ops? And it's an ongoing debate. But if you don't got gas for the tanks, again, go ask Rommel what drives what. Okay, let me refresh my screen here. Okay, in the same feed, Trump says empty oil tankers are heading to the U.S. Donald Trump says a large number of empty tankers are heading to the U.S. to load oil and gas. His comments coming as U.S. and Iranian negotiators hold talks in Pakistan. Massive numbers of completely empty oil tankers, some of the largest anywhere in the world, are heading right now to the United States to load up with the best and sweetest oil and gas anywhere in the world. We have more oil than the next two largest oil economies combined in higher quality. We are waiting for you with a quick turnaround. Okay. Iranians are very much skeptical about the ceasefire. This is according to this news source, talking to people on the street. And according to them, everybody has hope, although slim, but everybody is very skeptical about the ceasefire. Now, this is according to Al Jazeera and their questioning of people on the streets. Now, again, people on the streets of Iran are probably very cautious about what their true feelings are. Just as, people in the Gulf countries are getting arrested and detained for, posting videos of the destruction or even sharing a link or liking a post. So if all that stuff is going on there, nobody in Iran can really say what they truly think. But according to this article, they're very skeptical about any type of ceasefire. Okay, so To recap the first few minutes of this stream, J.D. Vance and crew are in Islamabad as we speak to hopefully negotiate face-to-face with the Iranians. And maybe they're doing that right now. Or maybe they're doing we're in this room, you're in this room, and we send letters back and forth like children. I don't know. But they're there right now, and everybody leaving threats. Trump says we're rearming, reloading the ships. Iran says, the finger's on the trigger, and I personally think that we're negotiating with the wrong people, because the people that are at that meeting have no power, no wasta, no juice. Okay, now here's something interesting, and it's all about the money, right? Everything is about the money. It's very easy for, let's just use the word propaganda, to convince people that issues are merely about religion and tradition and this, and this, when most of it is really about the money, okay? Islamabad talks hinge on frozen assets and Lebanon ceasefire. Now, in that one sentence, I want to just ask the question: what is really more important to the Iranians? Having a ceasefire in Lebanon, or getting our money, getting access to those accounts? What do you think is truly more important? The poor people over in Lebanon, or a bunch of money? Okay, there are two very different sets of goals going into these talks, and somehow they're hoping to merge them in the middle. One big issue is a trust deficit. Well, obviously, Iran don't trust the U.S., and the U.S. don't trust Iran. It has not been helped by the U.S. president saying that if the talks do not work out, he is rearming his ships, and this will be resolved militarily. Obviously, they don't trust each other. The other big issue and potential precondition is seeing the unfreezing of Iranian assets. Billions of dollars held since 1979. And we are hearing that there may be some agreement on the part of the U.S. to release those assets. It's all about the Benjamins. It always is. People at the top who want to get their hands on them Benjamins has to keep everybody else quiet, suppressed, confused, have people thinking that it's because of this issue, religion, culture, when it's all about how are we going to get our hands on that money. That's all it's about. Okay, and according to this article, it's significant for them to have J.D. Vance there. They look at him as a more neutral party and someone opposed to foreign conflicts in general, and he was not involved too significantly when the initial strikes occurred. According to the White House, the U.S. has not agreed to unfreeze those Iranian assets. So Reuters was reporting that they were. The White House says no. Okay. So this part of this article here is, for me, the childishness part of it. Trilateral talks likely if demands and conditions are met. A mosquito flew in my mouth. We understand the talks are bilateral and are happening between the Pakistanis and the Americans. Okay, Pakistan in the middle. Come over here in your room and meet with the Americans. And then we come over here to the Iranians' room and we meet with them. Now, I'm just a dumb redneck and I don't really understand the word bilateral. But apparently it means that the U.S. and the Iranians aren't adult enough to meet together. That's what he's saying. Once all the demands and conditions are met, they are going to go into possibly a trilateral format. What the fuck does that mean? Trilateral format. Does that mean at that point we can be adults, or J.D. Vance can meet with the Iranian foreign minister face to face without everybody else? Yeah, you know how the game of telephone, right? You pass the message around or whatever the hell they call it, and by the time the message gets to the last person, it ain't nothing like the original message. According to officials here, they're going to give all the facilitation to both sides, but it will be up to them to choose the format in which they're comfortable with. To a guy like me from my generation, from the backwoods of Mississippi, comfortable with. Comfortable. You're not comfortable meeting face to face with the people that you're supposed to be negotiating with. What is this, the fucking Twilight Zone? Comfortable. You got to lay out the rules to meet with the guy 2 rooms over. And if he's not comfortable with the way we're going, this is just, it's like children. It's just absolutely like children. If I was Trump, I'd pick up the phone and say, J.D. Vance, get in a room with 2 interpreters with the Iranian foreign minister and fucking come up with a deal, or we'll have everything rearmed by tomorrow. Just come on home. We'll fuck it. We'll go to Sizzler. You know, or Golden Corral. Your choice, man. You're buying because you didn't get the deal sealed. But it's like we're dealing with 3 countries full of children that can't figure out how the rules are to negotiate. So I'm going to say this. I don't know what they're doing right now, but I hope that J.D. Vance is getting face to face with the Iranians and let's get some talks going on. If at the end of this they say it was they say it was a bilateral format with the Pakistanis running messages back and forth, I'm going to be severely disappointed. Like, really? That'll be the title of the next live stream. Really? With a question mark. Are you fucking kidding me? That'll be the title. All right, I'll take a break and go to your comments. My buddy says I talk too much. I talk too fast. And I assume everybody else knows what I'm thinking. So I need to slow down my talking. Not be so complicated. So I'm trying to remember that. Okay, Mickey says the Iranians are not serious about negotiations. Okay. That goes to, I think we're negotiating with the wrong people. So are these guys serious? I don't know. They may be, they may not be. But the problem is, even if they are serious, they have no power. They're just going to go back and, shine the shoes of the general and tell him what happened, and he's going to just blow them off and keep sending rounds downrange. Yeah, they'll all pose for photos. We'll definitely get some trophy photos out of it. Let's see, Hard Day, how are you? Let's see, from the eyes of Iran, the U.S. and Israel can't be trusted. Negotiations will not work. No deal will happen. Let's see, Redneck, how are you doing, my friend? Let's see, Mark, how are you? Now let's talk about, I was talking to one of my family members this morning. And basically, if you look at things, what does winning look like? Okay, well, from the military-industrial congressional complex, here we go. Winning means contracts. It means 5 years, 10 years, 20, 30 years worth of contracts. So you got to follow me here, right? If a conflict is one-sided, where the U.S. goes and bombs Iran, takes them out, takes zero battle damage, they send a minimal amount of rounds downrange, that doesn't make money for the defense industry. That's not a good day. A good day is when you send as many rounds downrange as possible. I'm talking deplete what you've got and request more. That's what creates contracts, whether it's bombs, missiles, bullets, planes getting shot out of the sky. You think is a bad thing. It creates new contracts. They shoot down 3. Hell, that's probably an order for 30 more. The wear and tear, the battle damage, all this stuff creates contracts. That's just a statement of fact, right? If we take zero battle damage and we only drop 2 bombs, nobody makes no money. So take it a step further. Say Iran has 1,000 rockets, 1,000 missiles, whatever. If we go over there and bomb 1,000 of their missiles and they can't launch, that don't make no money. What makes money? Iran launching those 1,000 missiles, taking out everything from military aircraft on the ground, billion-dollar radar systems, anything military-wise creates contracts for the defense industry. So if you're in the defense industry, in the military-industrial congressional complex, you don't want it to be one-sided because there's no money in that. You want Iran, if they have 1,000 missiles, to fire 1,000 missiles and do damage to these other countries, to aircraft, to whatever they can do, because now you have contracts to replace all of that stuff. So all of these countries who took battle damage are already in negotiations, are already signed contracts to replace that gear, to replace it with the upgraded, updated best that they can possibly buy. So for example, if their whatever piece of military hardware was a Ford F-150, now it's destroyed. Fear makes money. They don't want that replaced with a Ford F-150. They want that thing replaced with an F-350, 4-door, power stroke, turbo diesel. They want the best of the best of the best. So the more damage that Iran does to all of these countries, the more contracts that are going to be on the table, the more hardware they're going to sell. More expensive hardware, because I would say at this point, nobody's going to buy the standard package. Nobody's buying the XL F-150 with the roll-up, roll-down windows and the damn locks. They're buying all the options, all the bells and whistles. So if they were paying $3 million for a missile before, they don't want that standard package. They want every upgrade possible. We don't care how much it costs. And how is that possible? It's possible by allowing Iran, giving them enough time to do as much damage as they can. So if you look at things from a money standpoint, publicly, oh, this is horrible. privately behind closed doors in Washington, D.C., people are cracking open champagne bottles because it means money, long-term contracts, orders, from bullets to bombs to aircraft to radar systems. You can't replace them if they don't get destroyed. And if you think about it from that standpoint, well, then things start to make sense. And maybe a lot of y'all disagree with me, but I think we all will agree that money makes the world go round. And that's how it creates the contracts. If there's no damage, nobody takes battle damage, you only drop 2 bombs, how does anybody make any money? That's not how you make money for the military-industrial congressional complex. So, are these peace talks, this 2-week extension, was it really to be some type of ceasefire from the beginning? Or was it just Trump's way of giving the military a couple of weeks to rearm, keep the thing going? He knew. Now look, I'm going to speculate here like Ron Burgundy, okay? Pure speculation. But if we're reading open source that says the commander of the guards is really who's in charge, they're not listening to the president, they're not listening to anybody else, I'm pretty sure DJT knows that as well. They know who's in charge. And therefore they know that these peace talks are useless. But why do they care? They're just going to package it and sell it. Hey, we gave them this 2 weeks. They violated it. They're bad people. And now we're cleared hot to do what we want to do. Keep sending rounds downrange. Keep making money. Just part of the plan. But I mean, Trump knows who's in charge and who's calling the shots. Doesn't seem to be the government. It's just one big dog and pony show. JD's over there just part of the dog and pony show, talking to people who have no power, no wasta. The poor old JD, the question is he in on the gig? Or does he truly think he's over there trying to negotiate some type of peace? And here's the thing. If he isn't, the way they describe him, he wasn't down with the wars. They like talking to him because he doesn't seem to be like a war hawk and all this. Well, if you've got a team member who isn't on board with dropping the nuclear bomb, so to speak, do you really want to tell him what the true plan is, or do you want to sort of keep that guy in the dark a little bit? Again, just speculating like Ron Burgundy. I'll go back to your comments here. Yeah, if you're just joining me, I want to say thanks for joining me on this live stream. Again, JD Vance, Steve Witkoff, and Kushner, they're supposedly over there right now in Islamabad, possibly to meet face-to-face with the Iranians. According to this news source, JD met with Pakistan's prime minister, separately. Prior to that, the Iranian officials met with the president, but, not together with JD. Pakistan is trying to facilitate direct talks. And again, reading that one paragraph where they're trying to decide if they're going to talk direct or not. Sounds like just children debating on a playground. From my standpoint, we don't have time for all that mess. If this is the real deal, get face to face and go to work. Let's see. Okay. Iran's envoy to Pakistan questions the U.S. commitment to talks. It remains to be seen whether the U.S. honors the mediation efforts of the host in good office or question mark. Again, nobody trusts nobody. Obviously, the Iranians aren't going to trust the U.S. We're not going to trust the Iranians. Do we really have to say that to even bring that up as a point? Obviously, we don't trust each other, dropping bombs on each other's heads. All right, let me go to let me just jump ship here. Go to another news source. If this is your first time listening to my voice, I don't have a favorite news source. I'm not loyal to anybody. I just go around the horn, taking a sampling of what everybody says. Somewhere in the middle lies probably 10% of the truth. Still, everybody's reporting both sides met separately with the Pakistan Prime Minister. Six minutes ago, several ships passed through the strait as Trump says it will open fairly soon, with or without Iran's cooperation, telling reporters that the U.S. negotiators in Pakistan today are primarily focused on ensuring that Tehran cannot obtain a nuclear weapon. Okay, so I don't know about y'all, but let me put this gentleman. All right, there's Field Marshal Munir, who was, start calling him Lionel Richie. He was up all night long a week ago trying to put this peace deal together, right? Dude worked hard. Didn't get no sleep. Talking to J.D. Vance, the Iranian foreign minister. And what came out of this, to remind everybody, remind myself, he came up with basically a 2-car funeral. It was the simplest peace plan. Okay, both of y'all stop sending rounds downrange, and Iran, you open up the strait. That was it. That's all they had to do to set the conditions to have more talks. Can't pull it off. Can't seem to pull it off with this equipment. If they fuck up a 2-car funeral, how are they going to do anything more complicated than that? If we can't pull off those elements, and you know, we were discussing how it takes a while for the information to filter down to the ranks. Nobody's going to go against their orders based on a tweet or a news report. So it would have naturally taken some time. But again, the problem is the people who are doing the negotiations have no power. The military commanders are the ones who have the power, and they're not sending the orders down to ceasefire, open the strait. Or if they are, there's a power struggle. You've got several commanders at the top, everybody jockeying for power, doing their own thing. Okay, a handful of vessels, mostly Chinese tankers or bulk carriers, transited the strait Saturday, according to the Marine Traffic website. The Chinese bulk carrier passed through overnight after setting out from the Iraqi port of Qasr almost a month ago. So pretty much they're all Chinese tankers. You got one from Botswana, a Botswana flagged liquefied natural gas tanker. Let's see. I don't think anybody would consider that the strait is open if a few Chinese ships went through there. All right, back to your comments, my friends. Let's see, Doc M, how are you, my friend? That's good. That's good to know. That's good news right there. Thank you very much. Hope you're doing well, man. Just keep your head down over there. All right, Redneck's reporting that the LGUs are not having any fiestas this year. Okay, Among Us says if you've seen the 10-point plan, then you know the U.S. will never accept it. They are just buying time. Yeah, the 10-point plan that we read, it was basically 1 point, okay, we'll open the strait. The other 9 points were basically a Christmas wish list. So it wasn't really a plan. It was just, hey, we want these 9 things. In exchange, we'll open the strait. It was just delusional. Yeah, Salmon Explorer, how are you, my friend? Eisenhower warned us about the military-industrial complex. And I refer to it as the military-industrial congressional complex. I call it MIC for short. Supposedly, Eisenhower wanted to call it that, and they basically pressured him into changing it to the military-industrial complex. I think MIC is a more accurate description. Okay, it takes years to replace weaponry. Too late to create jobs before midterms. Okay, good point. But Trump and crew, they know the midterms are coming in November. They know the elections are coming 2 years. That's probably their most important planning strategy. And so to think that he went into this without a plan for November, I'm not going to buy that. Now, I'm not saying that everything has worked out for them or went as planned, because a plan never survives first contact. But the reason ICE is grabbing so many people so quickly is because it's a race to get everybody out before the 2030 census. So that's the game that they're operating with ICE. It's all based on the census. They have a deadline. What is it? April of 2030. There's a plan for that because the census determines the electoral votes, all that stuff. Trump knows that November is coming. They obviously have a plan. They obviously went into this thing with so many contingencies to create favorable conditions, September, October, where the American voter forgets all about Iran. They have a plan for this. Now, it might not work out, but it's obviously any person in power, what's the most important thing to them? Staying in power. Somebody who gets elected, what's the most important thing to them? Is getting reelected or your party getting reelected. It's about power. They have some type of plan. Now, our attention span these days is so short that I was talking about this the last stream where I went to a news source and Iran was like 5 tiers down. Maybe it was the New York Post, I can't remember. Top headline was Kristi Noem's husband with them fake titties, them balloons, looking like an idiot. Then Tiger Woods gets arrested. The Iran war was 5 tiers down. That's just what, a little over a month into this game. Between now and November, there's going to be so many different things, so many different distractions, part of the DJT show. And when I say show, this is the most popular, watched, talked about reality show in the history of reality shows. If you look at it from that standpoint, you can't keep up with them. I think everybody's views, everybody's ratings since DJT came on the scene have tanked, unless you're one of those who are covering the DJT show. So by November, they will have so many different, there'll be so many different things happening between now and November. People will forget all about this. They have a plan. Whether it works or not, I don't know. But they're planning for this. They have been planning for this since day one. So we'll see what happens. But if you get to November 1 and gas is $1.69 a gallon, you just got some type of refund check from the government. Price of Jimmy Dean sausage is down where you're eating good and feeling good. People are like, damn, well, DJT came through for us. Maybe the dude's not so bad and he had a plan after all. Now, if gas is $10 a gallon, well, obviously, it's not going to go well for them. But whether their plan works out, they have a plan. They have a strategy for November. And they have time to create favorable conditions between now and then. Let's see, Kent, how are you? Checking in from Macon. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, okay, take Greenland for example. That was in the news nonstop, right? What Trump say? He said Greenland's defended by 2 dog sled teams. And then they sent a plane load of military people up there, like on a commercial flight or whatever. Didn't he say something like, now they got 3 dog sled teams? But that was in the news. Now you don't hear nothing about it, right? For example, SpaceX was in the news every day, it seemed. Just reading stuff about SpaceX. Once this NASA Artemis mission kicked off, you haven't heard nothing about SpaceX. The news and our attention span will change and be diverted away from this Iran situation in the not too distant future. Certainly well ahead of time of November. And again, if it don't work out for them, it's not because they didn't have a strategy for it. It's the most important thing to them. Let's see, Redneck, I certainly, I'm real cautious about using that word. I use it every now and then, but like it brings back bad memories. These countries, this doesn't have to have anything to do with any country in particular. It's just about resources. If your resources start running low, you have to prioritize where the resources go, okay? So no matter what country I'm in, what do you want? You want the trucks to still bring the food up and down the road? As long as there's food at the market, I'll walk my ass over to the market or ride a bicycle. You want the ambulances to run up and down the road? Is it important that everybody be able to go fill up their F-350 so they can, go out and take their lady out on a date? 3 miles a gallon, or 3 miles per gallon? No, it's not important. So I don't know where I was going with that, but I guess that it'll look different. You'll still be free to roam in any country. You'd be free to roam and walk around. You just can't take your POV down to a gas station to get gas. And it would make sense. You have to ration resources. You know, I didn't realize, I've grown up around hurricanes and stuff between living in Texas and lived down in Florida. And when you live around hurricanes and natural disasters like that, the first thing when that hurricane is coming, they shut down the terminal, so no more fuel. And then when people start trying to evacuate, take Florida for example, everybody's trying to go north. Well, all the gas stations down south they run out of gas because everybody's getting gas. So your only hope of getting gas is to get north of the shortage. But when you live through those types of situations, you realize how important fuel is and how fragile it is and how quickly that it either runs out or has to be shut down or what have you, and it just wreaks havoc. Whereas if you've never lived through a hurricane or some type of natural disaster, it's hard to grasp how fragile it is, even in the U.S. Let's see, Jonathan says, dude, stop trying to be Walter Cronkite. No matter what Trump does, he started this BS for Israel. I hope the American people never forget this idiot and the devil of Israel. Thank you very much, Jonathan, for tuning in. Man, Walter Cronkite. No more of the legends like that anymore. You know what I mean? But it's the same with actors and singers. What happened to all the legends? No, I don't see myself in any type of league with Walter Cronkite. And just to let you know, I'm not a real TV news anchor. Jonathan, I guess I should have told everybody up front. Not to let anybody down, but truth be told, I'm not a real TV news anchor. I just occasionally play one here on YouTube for your entertainment purposes. There you go. I just want to put that disclaimer out there for anybody who didn't know that. Okay, so let's go ahead and refresh and see if there's any update. So at this point, my curiosity, I just want to know, are they meeting face to face? Okay, I want JD Vance to meet face to face. I don't want the Pakistanis running messages back and forth like school children. Okay, so here we go. Trilateral ceasefire talks between the United States, Iran, and Pakistan have started in Pakistan, in the Pakistani capital, Islamabad. Now, I've already forgotten what the hell trilateral talks were or are. Is the trilateral when we put the U.S. in this room and the Iranians in this room and the Pakistanis got to run the little messages back and forth like school children? Or does trilateral mean everybody's in the same room? I've already forgot. Trilateral, that's just over my head. I'm just a dumb redneck from the backwoods of Mississippi. You know what I mean? U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance leads the U.S. delegation. Okay, everybody's met the Pakistani Prime Minister. Okay, wonderful. They met the Pakistani Prime Minister. Wonderful. We're not at war with Pakistan. Meet with the Iranians. Pakistan says it's trying to facilitate direct talks between the U.S. and Iran. What the hell's the guy there for? He's just going over there for a photo op, shaking hands with the Pakistani Prime Minister? This article, I hope, is just not bringing in the true information. Okay, this is 4 minutes ago. The negotiations between the Iran and the U.S. have not taken place so far. And the Iranian delegation has been saying that discussions can take place only if the Iranian side sees that the U.S. side is serious. Okay, 5 minutes ago. Sources tell Al Jazeera that negotiations between the Iranian and U.S. delegations have begun. But again, is it the bilateral or the trilateral? When they say trilateral, all I can think of is the tri-lambs. Lambda, lambda, lambda. The tri-lambs. What movie is that from? That's just what I think of. You know, if you're holding up a card or a psychologist says trilateral, what do you think of? Well, the tri-lambs. Okay, let me jump to another source and see if anybody's reporting that they're having face-to-face talks. Closely watched negotiations. Okay, this is coming from CNN. Alleged weapons shipment. Now look, it's coming from CNN. I don't believe none of these news sources. You know, reporting the news, even when your heart's in it and you're trying to be honest, is very difficult. You don't know what's accurate. You're trying to beat the other news source to hit the publish button. Sometimes people jump the gun. The source is lying. It's not good information. I don't know. But this is what they're saying. U.S. intel indicates China is preparing to deliver new air defense systems to Iran. The Chinese embassy says the information in question is not true. So there you go. "14 minutes ago, again from CNN, talks between Iran and the United States have begun in Islamabad, according to Iranian state broadcaster, IRIB, although it remains unclear whether the negotiations are being conducted directly or through intermediaries. If confirmed as direct, we're making such a huge deal for two dudes to get in the same room, shake hands, and start talking. Our tax dollars are paying for all this shit. If confirmed as direct, I'm going to change that to adults. If confirmed that they're acting like adults, the talks would be the highest level face-to-face negotiations since 1979. Both sides have yet to confirm the scope of the negotiations. So basically, both sides are not acting like fucking competent adults at this point. Okay, I'll just read through these 4 points from CNN, and then we'll jump to a different news source. Let's see, in a post on Truth Social yesterday, Trump said Tehran has no cards. So let me see if I can find that. Okay, here we go right here. So I'll pause and go over to his tweet, truth, whatever you call it, his Twitter shit here. Scroll up just a little. I'm not logged in. I have to keep hitting that X. And man, there's more ads on this truth crap than anything. It's like spam. DJT, cut the ads down by 2/3. This is worse than MySpace right before it jumped the shark. Okay, the Iranians are better at handling the fake news media and public relations than they are at fighting. The Iranians don't seem to realize they have no cards other than a short-term extortion of the world by using international waterways. The only reason they are alive today is to negotiate. Well, you know, if you're sitting there trying to talk peace with a gun to your head, it's sort of difficult, right? Only reason that you're alive is to negotiate. That's sort of like, you know, give them a fair trial and then hang them. Y'all want to know what I'm drinking? I'm just drinking ice cold water. Okay, so let me go back to the CNN article, the 4 points. Okay, they just talked about that tweet. Number 2, several ships, most of which are Chinese, have passed through the strait today, according to ship tracking data. If vessels do not resume passing through the strait in the next 3 weeks, the European Union is expected to experience a systemic jet fuel shortage. So they got 3 weeks. I already did a video here just reading what the government here and the PI has put out. Well, it was actually in an interview. The president was talking about if it gets to a certain shortage, they're just going to ground all the airplanes. They don't have a choice. And folks, it's just all about supply and demand. If you have no jet fuel, well, you can't fly the planes. He was just stating the obvious. And the other good point was, he said the countries that are close, assumably he's talking about Southeast Asia. They said you're welcome to fly here, but we don't have enough fuel to refuel your plane to send you back home. So if you're going to come here, you need to come here in a big enough plane with enough fuel to get yourself back home. And we rednecks have a saying, you can't get blood from a turnip. In other words, if you don't have any fuel, the plane can't fly. It's pretty simple. So it looks like the European Union is going to have a problem. Okay, now here's the genius of the moment. Director of the U.S. National Economic Council, Kevin Hassett, has said he expects that once the strait returns to regular operations, energy prices will drop quickly. My goodness, must have a PhD. What's the takeaways? Chinese are getting through. All right, I'll do a drive-by. Let's go over here to Fox News. The headlines on Fox: the U.S. responds after Iran reportedly makes bold claim ahead of pivotal peace talks. Okay, I guess I'll have to bite. What's that bold claim? Oh, the bold claim is that the U.S. has agreed to release frozen Iranian assets. The White House says that is not true. Okay. Still no indications that we have adults over there in the same room talking to one another. An Israeli intel official told Fox News on Friday that Iran is demanding fees from ships to travel through the strait. Not news. The strait is effectively under full Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps control. Okay, I do agree with that statement. But I expanded that that's who's controlling everything inside the country. They're the folks with the guns. They're not listening to any of the government officials, the clerics, none of that. So is any of these negotiations, are any of these negotiations with J.D. Vance really going to have any weight to them, any bite? I think it's just ink on paper that the IRGC commanders don't even care to read. They don't care. They're doing their own thing. So an Iranian parliament speaker and negotiator said that the talks would not begin until the Iranian assets were unfrozen. See, they're making demands just to come sit at the table. It just doesn't seem like anything is going to be accomplished. Okay, so this is recent, Saturday. President Trump announced that we're now starting the process of clearing out the strait as a favor to countries all over the world, including China, Japan, South Korea, France, Germany, and many others. Incredibly, they don't have the courage or will to do this work for themselves. Very interestingly, however, is that empty oil carrying ships from many nations are all heading to the United States of America to load up with oil. So I guess what I got to do is refresh the screen here on his personal Twitter thing here. Because, you know, just when you think that you can sit there and digest what he says, he's already tweeted out 10 new tweets. You know, what I call it, I move faster than the speed of hate. So if anybody leaves any nastiness, usually I'm already 2-3 videos ahead. I don't have time to even, it just don't worry me. And that's what he does. He moves faster than the speed of hate as well. Critics, whatever you want to refer to it as. We see how he says the craziest shit in the world, and before anybody can truly react or start critiquing or attacking it, there's already 10 more. You don't even know which one to focus on. If you focus on that one that's down the feed, it's yesterday's news. Nobody's listening to you. All right, so let's go with the one he just posted. All right, so Kel says Fox, CNN are not serious. They're all Israeli propaganda outlets. Yeah, I don't, like I said, I'm not loyal to any news source. They all have their own agendas. And it's blatantly apparent, you know, if you pull up 20 and just read their headlines, you know very quickly what their agenda is. I still go to them. I know what their agenda is. I know what their spin is going to be. But I just like to take a sampling from 10, 15, 20, as many sources as possible. I don't believe any of them. If I had to say the one that's like most, like that I use as a base to start out is RT. Now, obviously, it has a spin as well. But for me, that's the best place to start as a base and then go off from there. Now I'll have people talking about Putin's buddy, blah, blah, blah. Anyhow, the fake news media has lost total credibility. Not that they had any to begin with, because their massive Trump derangement syndrome, sometimes referred to as TDS, they love saying that Iran is winning, when in fact everyone knows that they are losing, and losing big. Their Navy is gone, their Air Force is gone, Their anti-aircraft apparatus is non-existent. Now, is that totally accurate when not too long ago some aircraft were shot down? Radar is dead. Apparently not. Their missile and drone factories have been largely obliterated, along with the missiles and drones themselves, and most importantly, their longtime leaders are no longer with us. Praise be to Allah. The only thing they have going is the threat that a ship may bunk into one of their sea mines, which, by the way, all 28 of their mine dropper boats are also lying at the bottom of the sea. We're starting now the process of clearing out the Strait of Hormuz as a favor to countries all over the world, including China, Japan, South Korea, France, Germany, and many others. Incredibly, they don't have the courage or will to do this work themselves. Very interestingly, however, empty oil-carrying ships from many nations are all heading to the United States of America to load up with oil. Thank you for your attention to this matter. When did that come in? 8:58 p.m. So that came in 30 minutes ago or so. So he's tweeting this stuff out while J.D. Vance is there trying to supposedly trying to come to some type of peace agreement. All right, I'll go back to your comments here. Okay, Overwatch, how are you? How does the government of Iran have the power to set any terms, let alone controlling an international waterway, if they are so decimated as our government puts it? Everybody's story, the U.S. is telling whoppers over here, Iran is telling whoppers over here. Let's see, Osmodo, how are you? No use in talking. As far as they are concerned, there's nothing to talk about. And David says, am I near the volcano that's erupting? Can you give me the name of that volcano? I'll pause for a second to type in to see which volcano is erupting. Now maybe I'm falling for the old banana in the tailpipe. Let's see here. Okay. The tall volcano had a minor eruption. That's 2 days ago, according to the Inquirer. Okay, the Mayan volcano. That thing's always doing stuff. Just checking to make sure it wasn't either one of the two that I'm sitting directly in between. Thank you very much. I think I'm good. According to the news articles, China got some ships through. Today, last night, what have you. Mostly Chinese ships were the ones who went through. Let's see, Thomas, how are you, my friend? Checking in from Florida. Hope you're doing well. Overwatch is in Waco. See, Eddie, how you doing? David. Let's see, Barry Rock, how are you? In the Shadow, how are you doing? Yeah, Texas Beach Girl, Revenge of the Nerds. Absolutely. What a great movie from back in the day. Social Security Ninja, how are you? And good night to Redneck and P9 hitting the hay. Yeah, it's almost coming up on 9:30 here. 44 thumbs up, 2 thumbs downs. I want to say thank y'all very much for hitting that thumbs up or the thumbs down button. You can hit either one. I'd appreciate either one of them. All right, so I'll get back on topic here. If you are just joining the stream, Vice President J.D. Vance is in Islamabad. Trilateral ceasefire talks between the United States, Iran, and Pakistan have started. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance leads the U.S. delegation. He met with the Pakistani Prime Minister, Sharif. Let's see. And the Iranians met with the president, but so far, let me check my source here. I'm not seeing where J.D. Vance has met directly with the Iranians. We're still doing the old send notes back and forth like children. Okay, we are hearing from sources, this is coming from Al Jazeera, that the delegations will be here in Islamabad for a day, but that lower level talks on the delegate level will continue. The Iranian side has multiple expert level committees that are here. There's a dramatic development, according to Al Jazeera. Up until now, these were supposed to be what are known as proximate talks. The U.S. and Iranian teams in different rooms with the Pakistanis shuttling message between them, as we reported. Now, in a major shift, our sources close to the mediation say the two teams are involved in direct negotiations, with the Pakistani mediators also present. Is this true? I'm seeing one source. But if this is true, it looks like we have adults have entered the building. Let me see if I can get a second source. That's one source coming from Al Jazeera, saying that okay, not getting it from CNN, but Al Jazeera is reporting. Sources close to the mediation say the two teams are involved in direct negotiations. Okay, well, I hope so. I'm hoping that J.D. Vance didn't go all the way over there to pass notes back and forth to people in another damn room like children. Trying to get that from another source here. Okay, still not getting a second source. One source coming from Al Jazeera. Still looking. Let's see if the president has posted anything on his little personal Twitter feed here. I gotta make an account. I guess I gotta log in so that thing will notify me. Look at all those ads. Too many ads. Okay. I'm watching fertilizer prices closely during our fight for freedom in Iran. The United States will not accept price gouging from the fertilizer monopoly. American farmers, we have your back. You know, I watched a few things about how the fertilizer prices are obviously months on down the line are going to cause the food prices to go up. And then he used the terms "fight for freedom" in Iran. All right, now look, I go off on this all the time. This marketing, you want to use the word propaganda about fighting for freedom. If you watch the documentaries on the origins of that, it's about selling war bonds, fighting for freedom. They took that campaign and actually applied it to cigarette smoking. They wanted women to get involved in cigarette smoking because at the time women didn't smoke. And they said, they call them freedom sticks. Paid a bunch of young ladies to go around and just walk up and down the colleges and universities smoking, talking about, smoking for freedom, freedom sticks, what have you. Next thing you know, every woman in America is smoking. So when I see that fight for freedom in Iran, okay, let's stop selling that to our kids growing up. We're not over there fighting for freedom. We're fighting over oil. Just stop the bullshit. Stop teaching what's not true. Just tell them what's true from, day one. We're fighting over resources. We're fighting over oil. We're not fighting for freedom in Iran. My goodness. Okay, getting another report 1 minute ago. Trilateral talks have begun between Iran and the U.S., facilitated in the same room by Pakistan. We are hearing from sources that there has been some progress made on basic conditions, including on the need for a ceasefire in Lebanon. While there has not been an agreement on a ceasefire, we're hearing some reporting that there's been an agreement that there will be a limiting of strikes to the southern parts of Lebanon. That is at least some movement on that front. We are also hearing from sources that there could be some movement on the unfreezing of assets that the Iranians have been asking for. It is still early hours and a lot of this needs to be confirmed. But we can tell you that the Pakistanis are still very hopeful about the possibility of a breakthrough. Now, folks, even the person who's writing this is not confirming. It's early reports. That's just what's coming from their sources. Nobody knows if it's true. The White House earlier said, no, we're not going to lift any sanctions. That's fake news. It just goes back to nobody trusts anybody, right? Neither side has any reason to trust one another. We have no reason to trust any news source. Got a little bit of lack of trust going on in the world these days. What happened? And again, when I hit refresh on several of the others, they're not reporting this. This is just coming from Al Jazeera. So you got some video coming from the Pakistan government ministry of JD there shaking hands. All right, so I'll take a break, go back to your comments and see if y'all know more than I do. A lot of times if you've got Fox News or something on in the background, they report it quicker than the website can change the title. Okay, the peace talks are fake news. Well, Alyssa, how are you? I think they're really probably having some talks, but I don't think they have any validity to them. So I think they're probably all there, but even if they come up with an agreement, it means nothing because the Islamic Revolutionary Guards are in control of that country. Let's see, Overwatch, off subject. Did you happen to see the recovery of the Artemis crew? Looked so unrehearsed, and the video resolution looked like something from an ATM machine. No, I didn't catch it. Okay, Kel says, yes, Chinese ships are getting through. You can check yourself on a site called Marine Traffic. And again, so I'm just going around the horn on all the sources here. See if I can get a second source reporting that they're actually in the same room. Maybe go to the Washington Post. Vance, who wasn't keen on the Iran war, is now tasked with trying to end it. This weekend's peace talks in Islamabad marked J.D. Vance's highest profile assignment as vice president with political risk to match. And don't forget that recently he was appointed the fraud czar, according to DJT here on his little Twitter thing. The fraud czar. Man, you're in charge of all the fraud in America, and then you're trying to end the war over there in Pakistan. Seems like he spread a little bit too thin. Iran and the U.S. traded allegations of ceasefire violations ahead of Saturday's talks. It's nothing really new from Washington Post. I don't know if anybody reads them anymore or not. Okay, so go to the New York Post. Let's see what they're reporting. Okay, U.S. and Iranian delegations are negotiating a possible end to the war in talks mediated by Pakistan. They're representing the U.S. in the talks, which begin at the luxury Serena Hotel in Pakistan's capital city. Details remain scarce. Asked whether the talks were happening face-to-face, a U.S. official told the Post not necessarily. The U.S. delegation arrived at the Serena Hotel just after 3:30 p.m. local time. Okay, so again, so far, out of driving around a dozen news sites, the only people who are reporting that they're meeting face-to-face is Al Jazeera. All right, let me refresh the screen. And what's interesting is, you know, these tweets that the president puts out, you know, they're not always grammatically correct. Spelling's not always correct. And it's one of you fine folks said, you know, that he sends all this stuff out when he's on the crapper. I don't know that for a fact. I'm just saying what somebody said yesterday. All right, so that's what they're referring to there. But again, Al Jazeera is saying that they're all in the same room with the Pakistani folks mediating the talks. I can't confirm that. That's just what's coming out of Al Jazeera. Okay, so Iranian media says no negotiations with the U.S. have begun, though the format of the talks remain unclear. I don't know. We got bombs dropping on people's heads, right? And we have elected officials who can't decide for themselves whether or not they can talk to one another directly or they got to have somebody pass notes back and forth. I hope, just for humanity's sake, that this Al Jazeera line of reporting is true, that they are all in the same room. If we can't just sit in the same room as adults and talk about the issues, there's no hope for humanity. There's just not. But you know, I'm not big on marriage counseling either. Damn, I'll probably get myself in more trouble talking about marriages than these world leaders. Marriage counseling. Okay, so let me get this straight, right? Some of y'all may have went to marriage counseling. I'm not saying that it's not good to have a mediator in the room. But to go to marriage counseling where you got to pay some shrink or somebody $250 an hour to listen to your problems, that don't make no sense to me. You mean to tell me you don't have a friend, or your old lady doesn't have a friend, or let one of her cousins or somebody who you get along with sit in the room and y'all talk about your problems? You know, if it gets to the point where you can't discuss the issues without somebody running out of the room or going to fisticuffs. Okay, all right. Have a friend sit in, neutral party, whatever, somebody both people like. Why do you got to pay some shrink $250 an hour to go to marriage counseling? You mean to tell me you don't have a friend or family member that can just sit down and try to maintain the peace for a few minutes? You got to pay somebody $250 an hour? My goodness. Okay, again, Trump claims they're starting the process of clearing mines from the Strait of Hormuz. All right, here's a tidbit of information about the location where they're meeting. The Pakistani five-star hotel hosting the U.S.-Iran talks, the luxury Serena Hotel, one of Islamabad's most heavily fortified buildings, could appear to be an odd choice to host the high-stakes talks, particularly since Islamabad's worst armed attack took place in 2008 at the nearby Marriott Hotel. The Serena's picturesque grounds and Moorish architecture belie what security officials describe as a well-oiled security setup. Security staff is well trained. Most of them are retired security officials. And it's on a 15 acre site. Yeah, that place pretty much looks like a fortress. All right, I'll go to your comments. Okay, China is getting through the strait, no problem, so they obviously know where the mines are. I think we can all agree that's an accurate statement of fact, right? If one ship goes through there, there's a route that's not mined. And again, my friend said he's watching the ship tracker, and the Chinese ships appear to be going through there. Iranians are fantastic negotiators. They are a 6,000-year-old civilization, and the U.S. sends 2 crooked real estate agents and J.D. Vance. Still got a few mosquitoes flying around here. My air conditioner's not keeping up enough. If I turn the fan on to take out the mosquitoes, and it just sounds like a lot of fan noise. Sounds like I'm in a wind tunnel. Okay, I must be totally frank, says the Ayatollah that we killed was anti-nuclear based on his beliefs. His son is more radical. That's the, just in general, that's always the risk of taking somebody out. Is like a lot of times the guy who takes his place is twice as crazy, twice as bad. And again, you go in there and decapitate the snake, and you take out all the leadership, then you don't know who to talk to, who's going to replace them, who has the wasta. Everybody's fighting over power. How the heck can you get a peace agreement when internally everybody's fighting for power? And again, if you're just joining me, I think the people that J.D. Vance are meeting with, they're just the messengers. They're going to take the message back to these commanders of the Islamic Revolutionary Guards, and one of those commanders is who's the guy in charge. So in my mind, they're not meeting with the decision makers anyhow. Those people that J.D. Vance are meeting with are just errand boys. They're just going to take it back, and the commander of the IRGC probably just wipe his ass with the paper, throw it in the trash can. All right, 51 thumbs up, 3 thumbs down. Thank y'all very much. All right, let me refresh my source here. Okay, so nothing new. Now, if there's nothing new to be updated, if there's nothing, no information coming, that might actually be a good thing. They might actually be behind closed doors, nobody coming or going, so nobody has anything to report. That might be a good sign that they are meeting face to face. It's like the information is sort of stopped updating. Okay, well, maybe JD is in there with the Iranian folks. They're talking face to face. And folks, that's a good thing. It would be a good thing if those guys were in charge. I mean, it's good that they're there talking, but unfortunately, the people that he's talking to aren't the decision makers. If you check out the last live stream I did, reading all that source material that says basically the military's not listening to the civilian government. Pretty clear. I mean, we just saw that, right? You're supposed to open the strait, stop sending rounds downrange. They've screwed up so far. They've screwed up a 2-car funeral. They couldn't get that right. Okay, so I'm looking at the YouTube screen, and it looks like, oh, maybe I'm not, the time is not right. It seems like I'm not seeing all your comments when I look at your comments over the software. Okay, according to Kell, Iran's foreign ministry spokesman said a U.S. destroyer, which attempted to cross the strait without permission, has started moving in the opposite direction. Telegram is really good to get the latest info on everything happening. You know, I think I got a Telegram account from back in the day. I don't know how you get news on it. Used to, it was just for talking, supposedly secure talking, I guess. I don't know how the channels work on there. I'm not on any social media, folks. I'm on one platform, that's here on YouTube. 86 folks here now. Thank you very much for hanging out. Tika says, so is the war back on again? You know, it looks like it was never off. I mean, I'm trying to be an optimist. Okay, at least J.D. Vance is there. The vice president is there. The Iranians are there. Al Jazeera is reporting that they're in the same room talking. Everybody else is sort of slow to report anything, so maybe they are locked behind closed doors and everybody's talking. I don't think that the people that he's talking to really have the power. I think it's the military who has all the power. But at least people are there, they're talking, they will at least take that message back to Tehran, or they can all discuss it and pass it on to whoever's really in charge. Who I think is that, and folks, I could be way off, you know. Did I mention I'm not a real TV news anchor? I just play one here on YouTube. Let me pull this guy's picture up. And I better refresh the screen because he might no longer be with us. You know, every day you got to refresh the screen, see if the guy's still around. Okay, so this dude, that dude right there, who's the new commander-in-chief, you know, and who knows how long before they take him out. But at some point, if this is who's in charge, okay, you keep taking out the commanders, they just keep popping back up. Somebody replaces them. Maybe they're worse, maybe they're better. But if you want something done, good, bad, or the ugly, and that's the guy in charge, well, at some point you got to talk to whoever's in charge. Not saying he's a good dude. Like I said, I didn't read his whole resume. Maybe he's worse than the butcher of Baghdad. He's the worst person over there. I don't know. I'm not as certain that either way. I'm just saying that deductive reasoning, in any situation, you want to talk to the person in charge. Yesterday's analogy, it was like if you try to buy a used car on Craigslist or whatever they use these days, and you negotiate for 3 or 4 days with Uncle Joe, and you go over there to pay Uncle Joe for the car, and come to find out Granny has got the title and she owns the car. Well, if you really want the car, at some point you got to go talk to Granny. She's the one that can sign the title, not Uncle Joe. So just statement of fact, at some point you got to talk to who's really in charge and make deals with whoever's really in charge. That's not rocket science. Don't matter if you like them or not. If you're going to sit there and make deals with people who aren't in charge, like Uncle Joe, who don't own the car, you're wasting your fucking time, because Uncle Joe can't sign the title. Okay, they are taking out leaders to make any future peace deal impossible. It's all part of the plan. They don't want peace. Yeah, I must be totally frank, says the war never stopped. Yeah, it doesn't seem like much stopped. Although we did get a report earlier that things in a certain country over there are sort of quiet right now. But the information that I got coming from boots on the ground after the ceasefire, nothing stopped. That first night, you know, apparently the military didn't get the word to cease fire. But somebody said earlier that it has been quiet around there. Now, there's two things we were talking about. If you have 1,000 rounds, well, you're pretty cocky when you got 1,000 rounds at your disposal. You're going to be cocky until you get down to about 30%. You get down to about 300. Then you have to start thinking. You have to start using things more wisely, more efficiently, or you got to think about negotiating. Because you don't want to try to go to the negotiating table with 2% of your arsenal. 2 rounds left, 1 round left. You're not in a position to negotiate anything. And then you see this report where China is supposedly sending more stuff over there. It's just this discussion I was having with my buddy about, okay, at what point do even the military guys say, okay, we got to negotiate now because we're running low. We don't want to run out to where we don't have any position at the table. But you get down to about 30%, you got to think about talking. If you're not gaining any traction and you're losing and your supplies are just going down, you gotta talk at some point. Okay, so Salmon Explorer says this guy was implicated. Okay, so he don't look like a good dude. Another evil guy. Evil or not, if he's in charge, he is the guy in charge. Until they either decide to take him out or talk to him. Okay? You take him out, maybe the next guy is 10 times as bad as that dude. Let's see, Under the Dogwood says we need to develop more cheap drone defensive technology like the netting. I should have pulled that video up, but basically the folks in the Ukraine, I'll try to summarize the story, talk simplicity. You know, the problem is you're taking a $3 million missile to shoot down a $20,000 drone. You can't keep up with the money. It doesn't work out. But in the Ukraine, they've taken these racing drones, which will do like 300 miles an hour. Maybe it's 350. They're fast. But they're these racing drones, and they're not that big. I mean, they're probably about like that big. I don't know, 1.5 feet high, and about that big around, like 8 inches, maybe 6, 7, 8 inches in diameter. And things will go 300 something miles an hour. And they've kitted those things out to bring down the same drones. The $20,000 drones, now you're taking a $500,000 piece of equipment. I think he said, it was less than 1,000. It's just a commercial, like racing drone that they've modified. And so, you know, here comes a $20,000 drone. Instead of shooting a $3 million missile at it and going broke, now they're spending $20K and you're spending less than $1,000. So now all of a sudden the financial advantage is not with Iran with their drones. So I heard that they were sending some folks over there, but they've already been successful in shooting down that exact drone. So theoretically, if you could churn out 10,000 of those things right now, it would significantly change at least the drone situation. I can't remember the name of that little drone. Is it called I can't remember. I should have the video pulled up. And you know what? I will pull up a video in just a second. But let me go and see if there's any updates on what we've got going on here. Okay, this is 3 minutes ago from Al Jazeera. Iran says no U.S. vessel has crossed the Strait of Hormuz, according to the state media. The denial follows a report in a U.S. news site citing a U.S. official as saying several U.S. naval ships crossed the waterway after Trump claimed the U.S. was working to clear the Strait of mines. So Iran is saying no ship crossed. One news report says that several U.S. naval ships. Who do you believe? Both sides' stories are just often so far from the truth. Both sides. Then the media jumping the gun on their reporting. Who knows? The Israeli Prime Minister has been pushed, pressured, and instructed by Trump to dial down, to at least stop attacking Beirut, and to engage with the Lebanese government, according to an Israeli media outlet. So don't stop dropping all the bombs. Don't stop killing everybody, but you got to dial it down. You're killing 200 a day. You got to dial that down to about 50. So I'm not taking so much heat. Okay, so I'm gonna let you look at me while I try to pull up a video here. You know, we've all seen, had a glimpse of the future of warfare with the drones and everything. And this is not the only system. You know, there's other manufacturers with different versions, but these drone submarines, the drone submarine technology is just it's just incredible. And so Lockheed just put out a video here, if I can get it pulled up and get it to play. I'll have to find it. But in sitting here watching this video, and again, it's not the only version out there, but the capabilities of this thing, it's like pretty much, you could say it pretty much renders navies like obsolete if you just sit here and think about it, where, you know, drones are eventually going to replace any pilot. There's no need to put a pilot in an aircraft anymore. Why do we need to put pilots in aircraft? In a few years, it'll all be drones flying around in the skies, right? No need for a pilot. So Lockheed has come out with this thing called the Lamprey, the next generation of undersea autonomy. All right, and I'm gonna have to put my headphones on here. So hopefully, just a second. Old single dad and my technology. Okay, just a second. Thing just hangs out. Okay. So what do y'all think about that piece of gear? You know, you sit there and talk about mines, and if you've got those things just sitting on the seabed, just staged all around the world in mass, what ship is safe from those things? Why do you need all these naval ships with people on board? That thing fires torpedoes. If the battery starts running low, it just hitches a ride with a ship. Anything passing by charges its batteries. Can launch drones. That's the future right there. Okay, so Overwatch says, when I was in the Navy 20 years, it was always taught that our primary mission was to keep international waterways open and secure for commerce. So why are we negotiating? Period. Okay, let's see. Lefty All Around says the draft is coming. Now, I saw an article where I guess until recently you still had to go register yourself. Is that accurate? And now they're just going to do it automatically. So I don't think there's a big difference. I mean, you were supposed to do it anyhow. But I'll tell you what was kind of crazy was not from the Americans, but let's see. Let me see if I can pull this article up. Okay, here you go. And this might apply to some of y'all. There's an uproar in Germany over law requiring men to get military approval for long stays abroad. Ministry clarifies a clause affecting those up to age 45 that is part of legislation that came into effect in January. It requires men age up to 45 to get permission from the armed forces before any significant stay abroad, even in peacetime. It went into effect 1 January. It demands that all 18-year-old men fill out a questionnaire to gauge their suitability to serve in the armed forces, but stopped short of conscription. So it's not necessarily a draft. Okay, you got to sign up, whatever, big deal. But the fine print, which went largely under the radar until a media report called attention to it this week, says men age 17 to 45 would have to apply for authorization to leave Germany for more than 3 months. The clause could potentially affect millions of German citizens embarking on anything from a gap year or study abroad to a new job or sabbatical. It touched off agitated media coverage in a country where the changes to the military service policy have already led to street protests by school pupils, subject to the law's new requirements. And the Defense Ministry confirmed the requirement. A ministry spokesperson said the new legislation was designed to establish a framework for conscription if required, making it necessary to know potential conscripts' whereabouts in case of urgent need. They're obliged to, males age 17 and over are obliged to seek prior approval from the relevant career center for stays abroad lasting more than 3 months. And once you turn 45, you don't got to get permission to leave. They didn't say how many people had made a request for permission this year. So it looks like it's not really enforced, but there is, it's part of the law. So if you're 17 to 45 and you want to go be a world traveler or go live in Southeast Asia or to leave the country for more than 3 months, you got to go get permission from the Army. Now that's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy. Number one, that you have to go through it, but you know, what if they deny? I'm not saying they would, or what their reason would be in peacetime, but they have the power to say, no, you're not approved to leave the country for more than 3 months. You can go to Thailand or you can go to the Philippines for 90 days, but then you got to come back. We're not giving you permission. It doesn't say that they've done that to anybody, but still, that's the law. Who the hell wants to be... I mean, who the hell wants to go, if you want to go on vacation or move somewhere, and you got to go ask the Army, which you're not in, it's not time of war, you got to go get permission to leave the country for more than 3 months. I can understand why they're not happy about that. Okay, Salmon Explorer says, I was a conscript in the Norwegian Air Force, and I received a letter a few years ago. I was no longer a part of the military in case of war. Too old. Great, I will leave for Thailand in case of war. Yeah, according to that, it's only men. It only applies to men. Women don't have to go through that or ask permission to leave the country. Let's see, Under the Dogwood, how are you? Checking in from Sarasota. Pro Media, how are you? Can it make coffee? The video we just watched of that autonomous drone sub. Now, obviously China has the same technology. They have a manufacturing capability to turn out 1,000 of those when it would probably take the U.S. the same time to make 10. But just imagine those things littered all around the world, just lying in wait, recharging themselves. They got armed drones, torpedoes. I don't know. It just seems like that's the future of the Navy. Just like the future of the skies are just unmanned aircraft. Let's see, Sharky, good evening to you, my friend. Kuya Steve, how are you? Checking in from Australia. Okay, so I'm going to go refresh. The topic is J.D. Vance is in Pakistan right now. And according to Al Jazeera, they are meeting in the same room with the Iranians, but that's not confirmed. It could just be doing the, well, I'll read you what it says. The U.S. and the Iranian teams were meant to be in separate rooms with the Pakistani mediators passing messages between them. However, according to our sources in Islamabad, there has been a major shift. The two teams are now engaged in direct negotiations with the Pakistani mediators also present. So good news. We're acting like adults and talking to one another face to face. Okay, we're making leaps and bounds progress from confining ourselves in separate rooms and having somebody pass notes back and forth like children. So I hope this report is accurate, that we are talking to one another like adults. If we can't talk face to face in the same damn room after we just come from JD Vance, come from the other side of the world, there's just no hope. Okay, so they're in the same room talking as adults that we hope. Are these negotiations going to have any validity or bite or teeth to them? I don't think so, because my personal opinion is that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, their commanders are the true people who are in charge over there now, good, bad, or ugly. And so the people that JD Vance is currently meeting with are basically the messenger boys that are going to take the message back to the generals, who will decide what they want to do. So really, it is what do they call that? Trilateral. Let's see, one of our, again from Al Jazeera, one of their correspondents is reporting that no ceasefire has been agreed to on Lebanon, but reports of limiting the strikes. However that looks like, hey, okay, you're killing 300 people a day, cut that back to 50. Let's see, an Al Jazeera team on the ground reports that the delegations have taken a short break and talks are set to resume over dinner. It's, I think, 7:15 p.m. there now. So was it 7:23? Let me verify that. Go to Professor Google. Time, Islamabad. Yep, it's 7:23 p.m. So they're breaking for supper. Now the question is, are they going to eat in the same room? Are they going to eat in separate rooms? Is one team going to McDonald's, somebody else is going to Burger King? How about they sit down and fucking eat together, right? Enjoy a meal. Talk about something other than the war and the negotiations. Everybody sit in the same room, break bread, drink a few beers, open up a bottle of Jack, and get down to business. What's wrong with that? Let's make the rounds and see if anybody else is reporting anything close to that. Yeah, the other sites aren't, and again, they may be saying something on the live news, but when I sit here and I read several of these sites, Al Jazeera is pretty much the only one reporting that they're all in the same room. Now they're going to dinner. Makes sense. The timing would be right. Okay, so speaking of that, I'm going to go to your comments for a second, then I'm going to take about a 2-3 minute break. Boom, Kuya Steve off the top ropes, adding to the Overstay Emergency Chicken Feet Fund. Thank you very much. I don't know exactly what the updated price of chicken feet is going to be. So far, we've been holding strong. No outrageous prices yet. But yeah, I appreciate that, man. I certainly appreciate it. You know, chicken feet does have the potential to be pretty expensive here in the near future. So I'm going to have to stock up some chicken feet for Big Pumpkin. But again, thank you very much. Okay, folks, I'm going to turn the microphone off, and I'm going to go take a quick break. I'm going to take a 10-100. So y'all going to be staring at my chair. But I will be back in about 3 minutes. So just give old single dad 3 minutes to take a break. Be right back. Yeah, okay, folks, I'm back. Took a little break there. Got me some coffee going on. Somebody told me the audio is still okay. Thank y'all for bearing with me and waiting. All right, let me get centered here. Got my coffee. Oh, yeah. Okay. Let's see, Mr. Pink, how are you? Let's see, Barry Rock says Iran's buying arms from China, so they need money. And what that tells me is they're planning for the long game, wanting payments to show up for the peace talks. Yeah, that was kind of crazy. Pay us and we'll show up to talk peace. Unfreeze U.S. accounts and charge for passage. Let's see. Talaloa, how are you? Currently in the PI right now, my friend. Got me a 3-in-1. You know, here in the Philippines, you order a coffee. It's basically like hot chocolate, but a different flavor. They call it 3-in-1. It's not coffee. It's like a hot chocolate. All right, so 70 thumbs up, 3 thumbs down. Thank y'all very much. Let's see, Kel's reporting 2 Chinese tankers passed through the toll booth today. Okay, Kuya Steve says we're still 5x5 on the audio. Okay, let me go back here. And see if any developments have come out of Pakistan since I went to take a 10-100 and get a cup of coffee. Okay. Now again, this is coming from Al Jazeera, and they seem to be the only ones that have sources there. So it's coming from one source. I can make my rounds around the other websites. So I'm just reading off of Al Jazeera. Take it with a grain of salt. Nobody else is coming up with the same info. Historic day as U.S.-Iran talks held in a positive atmosphere. First time we're seeing this highest level of contact since 1979. We believe that the talks lasted for just under 2 hours. According to sources, they took place in a positive atmosphere. There are a number of issues that have been discussed, including some of the sticking points we all know about, but we believe there's been some headway in terms of what is happening in Lebanon. Okay, some sources suggest Israel's ops are now going to be limited to the south, and there will be no further strikes in Beirut. Again, this is very early hours, and we're still waiting for confirmation. All right, so again, folks, this is just preliminary reporting. Looks like they got one source over there, probably the janitor. You know, got a cell phone in his pocket. Well, we know it's all happening behind closed doors. Of course it is. Drip information is coming out, but it's very difficult to verify, and we'll have to wait and see what happens. The two parties are going to meet again over dinner. So, all right, what he's saying is they're all going out, they're going to eat dinner together. That's a good sign. You know how it is, right? You know, you're sitting in the office, boardroom, talking business, but when human nature, when you go eat a meal and you're telling the dude to pass the taters, I mean, it's a different relationship. Now, if they could just bust out a bottle of Jack Daniels, we might get some shit accomplished. Okay, so again, that's preliminary, unverified reporting coming from Al Jazeera. I don't see that same line of reporting, but let's go around the horn. CNN is just saying, okay, so they are reporting now. J.D. Vance. My gosh, they'll put the headline. J.D. Vance and Iranian officials are meeting face-to-face in Pakistan. CNN is reporting. Okay, so the Gulf News is saying it's three-way talks as well. All right, so no real breaking news, but you know, again, peace talks. Does that really sell newspapers? You know what I mean? Peace talks. Okay, all right, they're doing peace talks. What's the outcome? That's about pretty much what people want to know, right? About 30 seconds of attention dedicated to peace talks. And I'll sit here and go and look at my own metrics. Let me see if I can pull it up here. So 66 folks watching. Now, it's kind of a crazy time, but I think a lot less people see the title talking about peace talks, and it's not as exciting or gets the blood pumping when there's flames, death, and destruction raining down, right? That's what they say. Flames sell newspapers. Peace talks, not a whole lot of people are interested for too long. Let's see. JXX, how you doing? Checking in from Virginia. Hope you're doing well. Let's see. Alyssa says, caught one of my handsome donkey videos from 2 years ago. Crazy how much weight you've lost since. Back then, you were the big pumpkin. I was. I don't even recognize myself. Like when she pulls up one of them old videos, I'm like, hey, who's that fat guy on my show? I'm like, oh damn, that's me. Because the crazy thing about weight gain is that, you know, when you look at yourself in the mirror every day, you don't realize you're putting on that weight. You don't even realize it. And the way I first realized it, the first time I got fat was in America when my Aunt Donna, shout out to you, hope you're doing well. We're at a family reunion, and all of a sudden she just looked my way and said, damn boy, you fat. And I didn't react because I thought she was talking to somebody else behind me. I didn't realize she was talking to me, because the weight, you know, comes on gradually, and she hadn't seen me in years, so that's when it first got brought to my attention. She's like, no, I'm talking about you. Damn, boy, you fat. What the hell is she talking about? And then you get on the scales and take a good look in the mirror like, holy shit, I'm a fat guy. Long story short, got down to fighting shape, then the lockdown, and then turned into that fat guy again. I don't want to be that guy. It's like the Incredible Hulk. You know what I mean? This is my normal self. This is the way I want to remain. And I'm just worried about if I go back to drinking that weight's going to come back. So, yeah, 2 years. 2 years this month. I don't know the day. I'd have to look at my Hilton statement. I could tell you the day. But it may have already passed. But long story short, I've been off the booze for 2 years. What's the effects? Well, one of the effects is I lost all that fatness. You know, I went from a fat guy back down to my normal self. So yeah, if you go look at those videos, it looks like a different person. Okay, so if you're just joining me, the peace talks are underway in Pakistan, in Islamabad. J.D. Vance is there, and they first talked about they were going to do the act like children. You know, the U.S. in this room, the Iranians over here, and send messages back and forth. If we believe the reports coming out of Al Jazeera, that's not the way it broke down. They're all in the same room with the Pakistanis in there sort of brokering the peace. And now they're supposedly all going to dinner together. So which is good news? The good news is we're acting like adults and not children sending fucking notes back and forth. So that's what's going on now. Hey, Overwatch. All right, man, I don't know. I might be up all night, or I might... just depends on how things go with the negotiations. I'll be up for at least another hour. It'll take them an hour to go eat. But I was hoping to stay up long enough to see some type of initial report. So anyhow, they're over there meeting. Personally, I think that the people they're meeting with aren't in power. They're not in control of the country. I think it's the commanders of the IRGC, the military commanders. Let's just use common terminology. Military commanders are in control of Iran. Because if you're the civilian government and you tell them to cease fire and they don't, well, who's really in control? You could call it a coup. You can call it whatever. But the people with the weapons seem to be in charge, not the people that are meeting with J.D. Vance. All right, boom, off the top ropes. Talaloa, thank you very much. Let me add that to the broadcast there. Oh yeah, that thing just drops down, hovers for a little bit. I had the thing doing gymnastics, but now it's like a UFO. It just comes down, hovers, and then defies physics and just takes off. If I pushed all the right buttons. Thank you very much, Talaloa. Hope you're doing well. Okay, so with that, let's go ahead and refresh DJT's social media platform over here. It's got some bugs and it's got too many dang ads. This thing is a train wreck. I mean, I could mess around and get a WordPress site up that runs smoother than this thing in about an hour. Look at there, 3 damn ads, man. I mean, come on. And apparently what does this mean? He retweeted his own tweet? And look at all these ads. So that's the last one right now. Hopefully he's going to put out something about the negotiations here in the near future, because they're breaking to go to dinner. So I'm sure JD's on the phone with him right now saying, hey man, this is what the deal is. Let's see, Kel, let me see if I can get something pulled up on that. The world is so crazy now that like, you know, just when you heard it all and seen it all, there's just something new that comes up. Okay, hit this show more here. I think we already read this here. And there sort of is, you know, the question that somebody brought up earlier. Okay, if they have no air defense and no radars, okay, well, how are they able to still shoot down aircraft as of a week ago? If they have zero Navy, they still seem to be effective at controlling that strait. They still seem to be able to shoot aircraft down, multiple aircraft. So again, it's like, you know, the story that Trump tells is just as outlandish a lot of times as the story that they're telling. Just so far from the truth. Okay, yeah, good point. It depends on how they're structured and how they're set up and what orders they have if they lose communication. But I still believe that the military commanders are in charge, and they're not telling them to stand down. I mean, I think it's just quite the opposite. The civilians are issuing, hey, stand down, ceasefire, blah, blah, blah. And just like yesterday's conversation, they're just not listening. They're doing their own thing. They're the ones who are truly in charge. So I guess I'll ask this question among the chat. If this general is in charge, what do you do? What do you do? If you really want something done, this is the man in charge, what do you do? What would you do? Okay, you take him out, whack-a-mole. A new general pops up. Now he's in charge. You can just keep doing that shit. They'll keep getting replaced. At what point do you just realize this is not a democracy? We're not here fighting for freedom. We need to cut a deal with these fools. And that's the guy in charge. Yeah, he might be an evil dude. It don't change the fact that his ass is in charge. Okay. I didn't look at the map as to where. I really didn't dig too deep into that operation. But what I was discussing with my buddy is militaries are very slow. they're very slow to put operations together. They're very slow at planning. They want to rehearse. So what was, sort of out of strange, a little bit didn't make sense, was the amount of people they were able to bring to bear for that rescue mission. It just didn't, it was too quick. You know what I mean? I mean, there's always, medevacs on standby. There's always search and rescue on standby. But the number of people that were reported to have been involved and the number of aircraft, it seemed like, I'm just speculating like Ron Burgundy here. It seemed like something else was going on that was obviously planned. Aircraft goes down. It becomes a Black Hawk Down situation, or reminiscent of what was it called, Desert One, back in the 80s. And they just scrubbed whatever they were doing and just focused on the rescue. Maybe that is way off. I don't know anything about it other than just the broad strokes. But what was strange to me was just the amount of people and aircraft and assets that were brought to bear on the rescue so quickly. It just seemed like something else was going on. They get shot down, and then they just aborted what they were doing and focused on the rescue. That's why they had so many assets so quickly. But I don't know. I'm not there. But usually, any type of op takes a long time planning. They want to rehearse. There's a million PowerPoints. You don't just in 30 minutes you got all these people and all this aircraft on station. It don't work like that. Military don't move that fast. All right, so Kel says, word on the street, it wasn't a rescue mission. They got the Wizzo when they got the pilot, and it was disinfo to cover the uranium snatch job that failed. Okay, a possibility, or like I said, yeah, you're going forward, people start getting shot down, and instead of making things worse, they just abort to, not let it turn into another Black Hawk Down type situation. Again, folks, I don't know. I'm just speculating. But the thing that was out of the ordinary for me is you got that many assets, that many people out there too quick. That's what the thing that made me go, there's too many people out there just for a rescue that quickly. But I don't know. Okay, let's refresh and see if they went to dinner. And maybe we can get some information on what they're eating for dinner. Okay, hundreds of journalists are currently at Islamabad's flagship convention center, which Pakistani authorities have converted into a media hub for the ceasefire talks. High-end coffee, high-speed internet, expert branding, but the main event is taking place half a kilometer away. Inside the center is a wedding banquet style spread. Let's see, biryani, kebabs, gourmet coffee, Brazilian and Ethiopian beans. So they got some great coffee, great food. We did the branding, brewed for peace, just for the day, one person manning the stall said. Outside the hall, musicians played folk songs on a small stage. I'm bored out of my mind, one journalist said, declining to be named. Another said there's not much to do here. Okay, well, that's what I said. Covering peace talks is pretty damn boring. You don't know what they're saying. They're behind closed doors and they come out. I'm going to make one statement. Everybody gets the information at the same time. It's obviously not exciting news. Okay? I've been broadcasting live for 3 hours, and let me go to the numbers. Okay? I want to say thank y'all for joining me, but, we got 81 folks here now. Most other topics, the numbers are a little bit higher. But with peace talks, people just, okay, they're doing peace talks. What's the outcome? That's about a 30-second article, probably what the average person is interested in. It interests me really due to the human element of it and how it breaks down. So I am glad to see J.D. Vance said, nope, we're going to get in the same room. We're going to talk like adults. Now we're going to go get some food, drink some coffee. We'll come back, talk about it some more. And that's what you expect. That's what you expect out of government officials and leadership. Not to go over there and sit in separate rooms and act like damn children. Just wasting people's time. Trump's social media posts has injected tension into the talks. Yeah, you think? This dude says the only reason you're alive is to be there to negotiate. I'll say this before I forget. Okay, I don't know how the Iranians got to this peace meeting. If they all traveled on the same aircraft, military aircraft. I don't know what aircraft they traveled there on. Maybe some of them flew commercial back in coach. I don't know. But going back to Tehran, I would not want to be on that aircraft. And here's why. Not because I would be afraid that Israel would hit it or the U.S. would hit it. I would be afraid that the commander of the guards force would hit it. I would not want to be on that fucking plane. That's just me. I would just not. If I were part of that Iranian delegation, I'd be like, hey, y'all, I'm not feeling too good, man. I'm gonna take fucking. I'll jump a Southwest flight tomorrow. I'll see y'all back in Tehran. I'm good. Just let me sleep it off a little bit. I wouldn't want to be on that plane. And again, not afraid of the U.S. or Israel, afraid of my own people. I'd take a different flight, but that's just me. There's no question that U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance was careful to lay a groundwork that was conciliatory before talks. He said before he arrived in Islamabad that he was willing to negotiate with an open hand if Iran negotiates in good faith. But the U.S. president is always looming large. even though there was the desire, perhaps, for Trump to be in Washington and have that geographic separation, social media always also makes it possible for the U.S. president to be in the palm of everyone's hand, including in the room here in Islamabad. That's a good point. That's a good point. That dude is sitting here tweeting out some shit while JD's over there trying to talk to these folks. Okay, is that smart? Well, it depends on how you look at it. Is he trying to scare them to bring them to the table? Or is he scaring them, pushing them away from the damn table? Either way, it's a statement of fact. His words are in everybody's hand immediately when he tweets that shit out. And that is where the U.S. president has perhaps injected a bit of tension into what otherwise began as a relatively relaxed atmosphere, given the delegates' body language upon arrival. So everybody was cool as a cucumber, high-stepping in there until they look down and read this dude's latest tweet. U.S. president is posting on social media, railing at the U.S. media for saying that Iran is winning and winning big, saying that they're losing and losing big. So the U.S. president is really hampering the tone with his typically bombastic language, which is certainly making it more difficult for Vance, who is tasked with trying to end a war that he never really wanted to start in the first place. So let's ask ourselves, does Vance really know what the plan is? Or do you sort of keep him in the dark of what the real plan is, so when he goes over there, it's not, he's not confused, right? And again, if somebody's not totally on board the team, sometimes you limit what they know. He's not for the war. Okay, leave him out of the hard meetings which concern the war. 4 seconds ago, breaking news, the White House confirms Vance meeting face-to-face with Iranian delegation. Associated Press cites the White House saying that J.D. Vance and other U.S. officials have met in person with Iran's delegation in Islamabad. So according to the AP, they've confirmed what Al Jazeera has been reporting. So let's refresh this. Okay, so that's his most recent, 2 hours ago. While poor old JD's trying to talk these people into some type of peace, or at least in his mind, that's what he's trying to do. Yeah, just not too much coverage. Doesn't seem like peace talks are just an exciting news story. And again, why do we have to use the word trilateral? Hold trilateral negotiations. All these big words that a poor redneck can't understand. Still keep thinking about the tri-lambs. Lambda, lambda, lambda. And the omega moves. So, New York Post is also reporting, is that where I got that from earlier? China plans to deliver air defense systems during the ceasefire. Beijing is working to route the shipments through third countries, which includes shoulder-fired anti-air missile systems known as man-pads. Well, I mean, Trump comes out and says, we're rearming the ships with better weapons than we hit them with already. So what's the difference? Is the ceasefire just a filler, just a distraction, just to allow the U.S. Navy just to get rearmed, reloaded, you know, fill up everybody's gas tanks, air up the tires, and get ready for phase 2. And you know what? I'll put that to the test, or to the question. Go to your comments right now. Okay, what do you think? Do you think that this 15-day pause is actually designed for peace? Or do you think this 15-day pause is just so the U.S. military can rearm or reload? That it's just all part of the plan? Which way do you think it is? Really focusing on peace, or just time to reload? Okay, I must be totally frank, says Vance is thinking about 2028. Yeah, at some point, you have to start thinking about yourself. He's split in the middle of being loyal, which obviously Trump demands and expects, versus his own chances. Yeah, is this peace, all these peace talks, they're set up for failure. They're just it's just designed for failure. It's not real in the first place. It's just giving the U.S. military's logistical train time to rearm, fix a few things, and just get ready for phase 2. It also gives Trump, it doesn't make him look as bad as if you just go in there and start wreaking havoc. Okay, he's the bad guy. But if he gives them 15 days of peace, you know, the U.S. doesn't hit anybody for 15 days. Iran hits their neighbors every damn day. Don't open the strait. At some point, the average person is going to get pissed looking at the gas price. You're going to say, damn, man, these guys are assholes. We gave them 15 days. They didn't open up the strait. They kept hitting their neighbors. Hell yeah, go ahead and hit the fuckers. A lot of people who are on the fence will come on over because, hey, I gave them 15 days. They don't want peace. What can I do? Just all part of the plan. All right, JXX is saying many articles are stating Iran can't open the strait because they lost track of planted mines. Yeah, that's a problem. If they've lost track, what a mess. Then what kind of time frame we're looking at? And you know, folks, all the insurers are looking at these reports, right? And I'm sure the shipping companies, a lot of them want to roll through there. the insurance company is not gonna agree to it. That's just not good. If they're saying we can't find the mines. But then again, I just saw a quick video clip today about a little drone that goes out and hunts down mines. Yeah, from what I'm reading, that the military commanders aren't taking orders from anybody. They're running the show. Whether they're not listening to the clerical side or the civilian government side, they're in control. Yeah, you don't, if their numbers talking about the rescue mission, you don't need those numbers to recover 2 downed airmen. And you can't put together that many numbers in that short of a time. Typically. So it just seems like something else was going on. Some planes got shot down. Somebody scrubbed the mission and said, hey, just everybody focus on recovering these guys. Okay, now we haven't heard anything about, 2 months ago, Pakistan officials said we're in an open war with Afghanistan. Haven't heard nothing about it. That sort of just went to the wayside. It's like the Epstein thing sort of went to the wayside. What else just went to the wayside, right? It's just funny how the news of this day can be in everybody's minds, everybody's screens, and literally in a matter of a day, half a day, we're totally focused on something else, and that's not even talked about anymore. Okay, Kel saying that Pakistan sent fighters and AWACS to cover the Iranian flight to Pakistan. Yeah, but in my opinion, the threat wasn't going to Pakistan. The threat is going to be going back to Tehran. That's what I would. I wouldn't want to be on that plane. Some of those people have had disagreements with the guards, commanders. The one guy had his picture up on the screen. I wouldn't be worried about the flight to Pakistan. I'd be worried about the flight back of your own people taking it down, and they'll just blame Israel or blame the U.S. I would take a commercial flight. That's just me. Yeah, Butch. It just goes back to all warfare is based on deception. Yeah, the down pilot rescue could be anything. It just deductive reasoning from a person who only knows the broad strokes. It just seems like they were on a different mission. They were on something bigger, And when the aircraft started going down, somebody aborted the mission. And that's why they had all those people already there. But again, I don't know any of the details. Let's see, Alyssa says, we killed our Pope just a few weeks ago and thousands of civilians, but we're wondering why they're angry. Must be a Muslim thing. Yeah, we have to, I try to put myself in everybody's shoes and look at things from everybody's perspective. And that's a good point. How is the average person, how do they perceive what's going on? Yeah, for me, Social Security Ninja. For me, the threat's going back over there. If I was that guard commander, yeah, just go ahead and take that aircraft out of the sky. We'll blame Israel. And that just gives us more reason to keep hitting them harder and say, hey, we sent peace delegates over there and you shot them down on the way back to Tehran. See how evil they are? Peace deal's off. The strait's still closed. And then certain people will believe it was Israel, or they'll believe it was the U.S. In reality, it was their own military. Think about that. Kuya Steve says the first casualty of war is the truth. Yeah, Winston Churchill, right? Let's see, Butch says now we're sending astronauts to the moon after how many years? 45? I am just guessing. Are we trying to use misdirection? No, it was more than that, like 55, right? 55 years ago, somewhere in there. What was it, 60, 69? Just kind of funny how, like, it seemed like I would open up any news source and you would see something about SpaceX all the time, right? And then when this Artemis thing came to play, it was like, hey, don't say nothing about SpaceX. SpaceX, don't even write an article about SpaceX. It's all about NASA. It's like they were directed. Don't say nothing about SpaceX. Okay, so NASA's going to send astronauts to the moon. Okay, wonderful. But hasn't Elon Musk been planning to send people to Mars for how long? And then I guess they said, hey man, back off the Mars thing and start working on the moon. But don't publicize it because you're going to make NASA look bad. Isn't Elon Musk a little bit farther ahead than NASA? Or is that just me? But you see how easily and quickly a little bit of pressure from the U.S. government can turn off that media attention. Yeah, I said I got to fire up a stream sometime where we can debate the moon landings. There's just a lot of things concerning that makes you go, There's a lot of things that just don't make sense. All right, Vincent says, Trump is the king of keyboard warriors. Everything done on social media and so much thought I felt like a little micro tremor. Maybe it's just me. A lot of times I'll feel these little micro tremors. Big Pumpkin will never feel them. couple days later, 2-3 days later, there'll be another earthquake. Anyhow, everything done on social media is so much bullshit to the cameras. The thing, where was I going with that? Keyboard warriors. We already talked about all warfare based on deception. That damn truth social thing just allows him to interject and to control and steer the narrative, but also at any moment interject deception. And a lot of it also deceives us, the public. But, you know, a person in his position is not going to explain everything to us as much as we would like to know. A president's not going to tell us everything. Not going to tell us everything that's going on at Area 51. So he's using that platform and social media to his advantage. Good, bad, or ugly, the way you look at it. He interjects deception. He uses it for misdirection, to direct your attention to somewhere else, away from over here. I mean, I'm sitting here running these live streams based on just pretty much, you could sit here and just do nothing but talk about what Trump tweets out. And I've already said it many times that, okay, here's a fresh one 7 minutes ago. You know, Trump is the hottest and has been reality show, period. And once he took over and got back in the game, everybody's views dipped. Unless you cover the DJT reality show. So here you go right here. The fake news media is crazy or just plain corrupt. The United States has completely destroyed Iran's military, including their entire Navy and Air Force and everything else. Their leadership is dead. The Strait of Hormuz will soon be open, and the empty ships are rushing to the United States to load up. But if you listen to the fake news, we're losing. Now, why do you think he just put that out? Because every joker from the Iranian side is eating supper right now with J.D. Vance. And so now everybody at that supper who was probably just chilling for a little bit are getting whispers in their ear about this message. Or they're sorry, you need to step out and read this. And he's keeping them all riled up. He's not even in the negotiating room. He's not at that supper. But you know what he's doing? He's controlling the mood. He's controlling the atmosphere. And a lot of y'all say he tweets this shit out when he's taking a dump. I don't know if that's true or not. I mean, when I was meeting chicks online, that's the only time I used to look at that stuff, when I was taking a dump, right? Maybe he is. He's in there taking a dump. Poor old J.D. Vance is over there really thinking he's trying to work a peace deal. You know, and he's like, hey, y'all watch this shit. You know, he tweets that shit out. Now everybody over there just lost their appetite. Their stomach's in a knot. Just fucking it up. He's not even on that side of the world. And he's controlling the mood in that room. People need to stop listening and reading what he says, but only pay attention to what he actually does. From JXX. Yeah, again, a lot of it, he's either deceiving you, redirecting somebody else, putting pressure on somebody. And the thing about it is, what's kind of crazy is that, now obviously the media, they have their sources that they talk to, what have you. But the whole world gets these tweets at the same time, including myself. So people over at CNN or Fox News that are reading this shit, they're trying to interpret it, write articles about it, do what they're going to do. I got the same lead time they do on this stuff right here. And if I'm live when that pops up, well, I just read it out a whole lot quicker than Fox News can jam up an article and get somebody to approve it. That's kind of the crazy thing about it. Let's see, did I see the First Lady's press conference? No, I didn't. I heard that there was something about it, but I didn't see it. It's on, I think isn't it on the White House's YouTube channel? Maybe so. But no, I didn't see it. But yeah, you see how months ago, that's what everybody was talking about. Now, nobody's talking about it. My friend here, I Laugh, kept bringing it up. You don't even bring it up as much anymore. It just goes to the wayside when there's something else in front of us. It might circle back around, but you're not going to convince me that they don't have a plan between now and November. And it's not just one plan. It's multiple points, multiple times. They're going to refocus our attention on certain things. So it'll be interesting to see what happens between now and November. Then after November, things should calm down for a while over November and Christmas, right? But we are being directed at what they want us to be directed to. Yeah, I gotta make an account where I get notified. Tired of refreshing that screen and having to look at all them damn ads. Isn't there sort of a conflict of interest? Doesn't he own this? He owns this, but he's putting stuff out in an official capacity, but there's ads. Isn't that a little bit of conflict of interest, or does he not own this? Yeah, I don't know nothing about. I guess I'll have to watch her press conference. But folks, again, what I was talking about last night, people say, you don't talk politics. I'm unsubscribing if you talk politics. I'm not sitting here talking politics. Okay? When I first moved to Southeast Asia, I don't watch the news. I refuse to listen to the talking heads that are just reading scripts. I'm not reading a script here. You might call me a talking head, whatever. I'm sitting here, I ain't moving, there's no real action going on, but I'm not reading a teleprompter. I got no time to listen to somebody with a pound of makeup on their face reading a teleprompter. I don't got time for that. I just rather read the article or listen to the interview firsthand instead of somebody who wrote the script, who interpreted things. But, I don't watch a lot of news, especially the first years when I stayed drunk over here and partying. I didn't know nothing about what was going on in America. I just knew what was going on here and at the bar. What girl worked what shift, that type of news, right? How much the ferry was over to the island, when was happy hour. That's all I focused on. But this is not politics, okay? This is real life. This is affecting my life right now, the same that the lockdown did. So everything I said during the lockdown, it wasn't because I was studying political science or talking politics. I was fucking locked down on that balcony like a goddamn prisoner, going out of my mind. It was real life. It wasn't talking politics. Same thing with this right here. Okay? We're in a fuel crunch. Prices are going to go up. A lot of people in America are just concerned about the gas price. Places like this, we're concerned about having a supply, period. And who knows how bad it's going to get. So in a perfect world, they come up with a peace agreement, open that damn strait up, so people over here can go back to making some money. My daughter's half the time going to online classes, can't go to school. They're trying to save fuel, which I don't blame them. It has to be done. So I'm talking real life, because all this shit affects my real life, it affects your life, but here it affects us a lot more. It has the potential to impact us in a serious way. So that's why I'm talking about it, why I'm discussing it. Okay, I understand the big picture of things. Iran, number 4 on the oil list of proven reserves or known reserves, what have you. You don't want to let China get their hooks in there. Same way you don't want China getting their hooks in Venezuela. I get that. So there's a part of me that understands the 100-year planning horizon. But in the same sense, the short-term fight is critical to a lot of places like where I'm at right now. People here are worried about making money that day so they can buy food. It's just about food and survival. So the longer this shit drags on over there, the higher the prices are going. The more it impacts my life, my kids, the old lady. Instead of just, getting pissed off when I go fuel up my dually because it costs so much. We're in different situations. So anyhow, I don't consider this a political talk. I'm talking real life. Okay, Bush says, right or wrong, Trump needed to shake up things. He may or may not be going about it the right or wrong way, but the U.S. was getting stepped on for too long. Okay, I agree. The United States, for too long, have been giving away our wealth. We've just been giving so much away to everybody else in the world. When Americans can't fucking afford to put Jimmy Dean sausage on their damn breakfast table for their own kids. Meanwhile, other people around the world are eating Jimmy Dean sausage, filet mignon, and drinking fine wine off of our efforts and our money. And what I really started to learn, okay, like living in Thailand, most of my friends and drinking buddies, they're not Americans. They're either British, Australian, European, what have you. And what seems to be, and what I formulated, like 15 years ago, okay, yes, those countries tax their people a lot more than the U.S. does. But this was the difference in conversations over thousands of beers. They were getting taxed, but they were actually getting something out of it, something back, where you got some bang for your buck. Where the average motherfucker living in America trying to work and pay bills, what do you qualify for? Nothing. You make too much money to get the free shit. You know, you don't make enough money to fucking make it. You get fucking nothing. Whereas all these other countries, you know, they're telling me what they got for free. And, oh, I don't pay for that. We get that free. And I'm like, wait a minute. How the fuck y'all get all this shit free? Well, they tax us a lot more. I'm like, well, it ain't that much more. And y'all get a whole hell of a lot of benefits. We don't get nothing. But agencies like USAID and State Department, all these fucking government agencies just giving money away. When the average dude working down at damn Jiffy Lube can't put Jimmy Dean sausage on the fucking table. So yeah, the U.S. has been giving away our wealth and the labor of the people who actually work in America way too fucking long. Way too long. Yeah, without trying to quote the exact history, but once once Zimbabwe came about, it took like a wheelbarrow full of money to go buy a loaf of bread? Or am I mixing up my history here? Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and refresh my stream or my updates here from Al Jazeera, who seem to have some type of source. Could be the maintenance man or the person working the coffee. They got a source in there somehow. They're getting steady updates. Okay, 17 seconds ago. Pakistan negotiations enjoy a degree of flexibility. If the current ceasefire is extended, that alone would be evidence that both sides no longer want to resume hostilities or escalate the war. Shit, that's coming from some security analyst. Dude, you're not even there. Let's see. With all eyes turned to the talks in Pakistan, police have begun arresting individuals during a mass vigil in central London to oppose the ban on the campaign group Palestine Action. Hundreds of people gathered for the demonstration, with many holding signs saying, "I oppose genocide, I support Palestine Action." What's going on in the UK? Seems like a mess. Not that America is any better or worse, but it just seems like in the UK it's a mess. Not a place I would want to move to anymore. Okay, the Iranian president, Masoud Pezeshkian, has expressed support for the Iranian negotiators in Pakistan, saying the delegation will negotiate bravely in defense of the country's interests. In any case, our service to the people will not stop for a moment. And whatever the outcome of the negotiations, the government will stand by the people, he wrote on X. Again, he's just broadcasting to the wind because he has no power. He's just there in title. He's just wasting everybody's time because he has no power over the military. So, did I mention I would not want to be on that aircraft returning to Tehran? Okay, Pakistani aircraft deployment to Saudi Arabia highlights trust between two countries. The arrival of Pakistani Air Force jets and C-130s in Saudi Arabia signals that regional powers are already preparing for the possibility in case the Islamabad talks collapse. The deployment, announced earlier today by the Saudi Ministry of Defense, but yet to be commented upon by the Pakistani military, marks the first invocation of the Strategic Mutual Defense Agreement signed between Riyadh and Islamabad in September 2025. Under the pact, both countries committed to treating any act of aggression against one as an act of aggression against both. So the deployment of Pakistan Air Force, this contingent, says that regional actors are gearing up for the next phase of regional conflict should the talks fail. Okay, another report is that Witkoff and Kushner was there with Vance during the in-person talks. So it looks like the trio were all there in on the conversations. All right, we'll go to your comments. Okay, Refound says it's still a hostile regime that still can and will fire missiles and interrupt shipping and will rebuild its forces. There has to be a new government. Well, again, it sounds to me like the new government is the military. Either one, two, or several generals at that level jockeying for power. But it sounds like there is a new government, which is not good news. It's the military. If they go in there and take those guys out, somebody else will pop up in their place. So with that, in my mind, it seems to be what's going on over there now. It's going to be difficult for them to... what do they do? If they get new players in the government, they still have no power over the military. From my standpoint, it seems like the new government is the military. There's been a coup. They're not listening to the clerics. They're not listening to the civilian government. So that's who the new military is from my standpoint. It's the general. And like I said, folks, from my standpoint, it's not too crazy to say that. Living in Thailand, what happened? There was a coup. You went from having an elected official, the next day there was a military general in charge of the country. Not all countries are set up like the U.S. They operate differently. Occasionally there's coups, there's changes. Maybe this is just a change in Iran. It's the military's in charge. Look at all these ads. I guess my question is, if I log in, does any of those ads go away, or is it just double down? I don't know. Yeah, the coup that went down over there, it was actually kind of like the only way it affected me as an expat. Like for a while there was a curfew at night, and so like the bar would close. I can't remember if the curfew was 10 or midnight. Been years ago, but and not that they really enforced it, but they could. When you think of the word coup, it was like the most non-coup, just peaceful, right? But there was a curfew at the time, and so what the bars did at 10 o'clock, or like I think it was 10, 15 minutes to 10, hey, y'all either got to go home, or we're gonna close the damn door, and you got to stay here all night. You had to make a decision, you know, because you didn't want to be out on the streets, you know. I'm like, I want to take off and haul ass to the house or get locked in here at the bar all night. But once they closed the door, you had to stay all night so nobody got in trouble, right? That was the extent. It was wonderful. Okay, Butch says, what are the 10,000 or so U.S. ground troops doing that we sent over? Standing ground, what's all that about? You haven't heard anything about it, right? You heard about it. That was in the news. This is another good point. That was in the news about the Marines and the MEU, and then let's see, who was it? The 82nd. It was all in the news. Now all of a sudden, we're asking the question: what happened to them? What's it about? It's not news. I don't know. I mean, as far as I know, you know, you send some more Army folks over there, they're just sitting on a base somewhere. All right, I must be totally frank, says the negotiators and the Pakistan government were handpicked by the United States government. The negotiations are rigged. You heard it from me first. Yeah, I think it just more and more looks like a show. It's just it's a show that J.D. Vance is probably not in on all of the ground truth as to what's going on. He's probably over there negotiating in good faith, and he's kept out of the all of the, what's the word? The tough decisions, the sinister decisions that are going on. That's just speculation, right? Hey, thanks, Steve. Hope you're doing well. Lee, how are you? All good. You know, we did a long trip yesterday, turn and burn. Check out that one video I've already got post. Damn mosquitoes. Then I got the second half of the video already uploaded. I gotta post that. But yeah, we did a whole day, sun up to sundown, traveling, hanging out with Janice and the crew over there. And we got back and everybody slept well last night, and they're sleeping well tonight. So just recovering from that long day trip. Yeah, Alyssa says it's a show. Yeah, I think it's a show, but I don't think, I think JD's, I don't think he's in on all the sinister aspects of it. I think there's a little bit of, you know, he's unwitting. He's an unwitting participant. He thinks he's doing what he's supposed to do. And the Iranian side, would I say that those guys think I think those guys pretty much know they're not in charge. They already know that. Okay, they're negotiating and going to take that message back I don't know. I don't know exactly what they think. But when you give orders to stop firing missiles and the military gives you a big middle finger and keeps doing it, you're not in control. You were in control maybe, but you're not in control now. There's been a change of command. There's been a coup. So did I say it? I wouldn't want to be on that return flight. My gosh. What a way for them to really stir the cards if that flight got taken down. My gosh. Well, that's what Trump said. You know, Trump put it out on here. See if we can go back and pull it up here. He's griping about the military. I'll have to go down. He's got so many tweets here that your finger gets tired of scrolling. Talking about all the tankers on the map are headed for the Gulf. Seems to be a lot of tankers headed for the Gulf to fuel up. U.S. crude exports are about to boom. See, congratulations to the Artemis. I guess that's an artist rendering of the new arch he wants to build. More politician stuff. Helping Hungary. More boring politics. Man, it's just flood. What'd y'all say he does? He floods the stream. I think that's what somebody called it. He floods the stream. You have to go all the way down here to the meat and potatoes. The only reason they're alive today is to negotiate. So here you go right here. World's most powerful reset. Now he issues that little cryptic message. But when he can't pull it up here, the New York Post, where he was talking about we're going to rearm the ships, reload the ships with even better weaponry. So he basically gives them an interview saying, yeah, that's what we're doing. We're reloading. You know, he probably asked the military, hey, how long y'all need to reload? Well, sir, we need about 10 days. All right, I'll give you 2 weeks. How about 15? So if we go on that theory, peace talks are just nothing more than a show, a distraction, so the military can rearm. They're obviously going to violate the agreement because the military's in charge, not these guys we've been negotiating with. And then it gives him a reason in 15 days to hit him again, go for round 2. That's just one possible course of action. And by no means is that what I'm hoping. I'm hoping for peace. I like the two-car funeral plan. Open the strait, everybody stop shooting. Now we talk. And if they did that, and that's what's happening, okay, well then you could believe everybody's working towards a peace agreement. But it doesn't seem to be what's going on when only a few Chinese ships get through that strait. But as my esteemed colleague brought up, it might be because they've lost track of where they put all the mines. Okay, so let me go to this report, and this is what Iran's media put out. Okay. This is April 11th, updated at 10:59 a.m. So what was this, an hour ago? U.S. Navy ships cross Strait of Hormuz for first time since war started. as Iran threatens U.S. vessels. Several American military vessels crossed the channel Saturday in a move that was not coordinated with Iran. Israeli journalist, Barak Ravid reported, citing intelligence officials. President Trump seemingly confirmed the opening of the passage in a Truth Social post that claimed Iran was losing and losing big. Okay, we're now starting the process of clearing out the strait as a favor to countries all over the world. Okay, this assertion serves as a massive message to Iran as it continues to demand sovereignty over the strait as a condition to end the war. Tehran justified its threat to target the ships, saying the U.S. was moving a destroyer toward Iran in a possible ceasefire violation. The fast-moving developments unfolded as U.S. and Iranian officials met for negotiations Saturday in Pakistan. Iranian officials reportedly warned Pakistani mediators that if the vessel continues to move, it will be targeted within 30 minutes, and the Iranian-American negotiations will suffer. That's not good news, folks. Again, what's the timing of this article? April 11th, updated at 10:59 a.m. So it's 11:59 here p.m. So this just got updated. So apparently, according to the article, the U.S. Navy is trying, or they have, or are going through the strait during these peace negotiations. If it continues to move, it will be targeted within 30 minutes. According to the official, Iranian armed forces immediately reacted to the destroyer that was moving from the port of Fujairah to the Strait of Hormuz. In all the talks we have had in Islamabad, our country's position and demands have been conveyed clearly and clearly. The warning comes just after reports broke that multiple U.S. vessels had crossed the strait for the first time in months in a move that was not coordinated with Iran. Okay, same thing. Iran threatens to attack U.S. Navy ships entering Strait of Hormuz after first American vessels moved through the channel. Okay, so there you go. They're telling the Pakistani mediators if that ship continues to move, it's going to be targeted within 30 minutes. This is a developing story. And again, that's coming out of the New York Post. Let's go back to Al Jazeera, see if they're talking about it. So do you think that, let's ask this question, do you think that J.D. Vance knew that Trump was going to send those ships through the strait while he's over there trying to negotiate, if that information is correct? Or do you think he's over there negotiating and somebody's like, hey man, read this article? And he's like, what the hell? What the hell is he doing? I'm trying to negotiate. He just sent some destroyers into the strait. DJT playing chess. So is anybody else tracking on those reports? Okay, so it looks like the New York Post now. Let's see if Trump has posted anything new. Still talking about the fake news there. Okay, let y'all look at me for just a second while I pull that up. Okay, so let me just put this on the screen. Hopefully the New York Post don't sue me for copyright, but this is history. Okay, there you go. Warning. Iran threatens to attack U.S. Navy ships entering the Strait of Hormuz after first American vessels move through the channel. Let's see. You got breaking news. What does it say? Okay, that's the same thing. All right, let's click on this. If they want to get me for copyright, whatever. This is history. So there you go. All right, I won't leave that up there too long. So what's your thoughts on that, folks? What's your thoughts on the timing that DJT is sending ships into the strait simultaneously while JD Vance is over there in Islamabad trying to negotiate? So comment on that. Old Single Dad is going to take another 10-100 break and get me something else to drink. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to turn the microphone off. And I'll be back shortly. I'll put that up there. Okay, so if you're just joining me, you can catch up on his latest tweet. I'll be back in a few minutes. If I'm not back in 5 minutes, just wait longer. What movie's that from? Okay, I'm back. Back like a bad dream. Okay, let me just refresh and see what's going on here. Let's see if you're just joining me. Iran threatens to attack U.S. Navy ships entering Strait of Hormuz after first American vessels moved through the channel. So DJT. Trump says U.S. forces taking action in key oil route after Iran defies ceasefire demands. That's coming from Fox. Let's go to Gulf News and see what they're reporting. U.S. warships transit Strait of Hormuz. U.S. Navy guided missile destroyers passed through the strait with no issues. Let's see. See if Trump has tweeted something. You know he's going to tweet something out here. It ain't gonna be long before he tweets something out. 2 U.S. warships have reportedly passed through the Strait of Hormuz, the first such transit since the war with Iran began. Let's see, this is coming from the Wall Street Journal, citing 3 officials. The operation was not coordinated with authorities in Tehran, according to Axios. So everything of the reporting is lining up with what Trump said earlier. Let's go right here. There we go. So everything's lining up with what he said in this tweet right here. The only thing they have going is the threat that a ship may bunk into one of their sea mines, which, by the way, all 28 of their mine dropper boats are also at the bottom of the sea. Damn, go to Wall Street Journal, gotta have a subscription. So earlier we were talking about how quickly and how easy our attention can be diverted, right? So the purpose of this show was to cover the peace talks. But see, I'm going to change this text box down at the bottom here already. If I don't mess something up here. Let's see if that's too much. There you go. Boom, look at that. Old single dad changed it up. Iran threatens to attack U.S. Navy ships entering Strait of Hormuz after first American vessels moved through channel. Trying to talk peace. Poor old JD and his crew up there, the trio trying to talk peace. DJT told the Navy, you may proceed at exactly the time these are enjoying that high quality coffee and the buffet. They had it planned all along. Broadcast. Okay, can you hear me now? Said something went wrong. Do I want to resume the broadcast? I said yes. I want to resume the broadcast. Are we still broadcasting? Looks like something's frozen up there. Nope, now my mouth is moving. Okay, so something in the software went wrong. The box popped up and said something about an error. Do you want to continue the broadcast? I click yeah. Looks like it worked itself out. Yeah, it could be trying to shut me down. They don't like what I'm talking about. I think my voice is gonna shut me down, but the CCP couldn't shut me down. You never know. You never know what sets them off they don't like. This software is a champion. It's pretty solid, so I don't think it was a software. But it's should be back operating in the green now. Yeah, folks, if you're just joining me, I realize people pop in and pop out. Basically, I started the stream talking about how J.D. Vance and crew are in Pakistan meeting with the Iranians. And then it seemed that the timing, well, maybe not exact, but while they're meeting or while they went to supper, U.S. Navy destroyers are sailing through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, I'll go back to their warning. Iran threatens to attack U.S. Navy ships. They gave them 30 minutes. If they kept moving in 30 minutes, they were going to attack. But this is just all part of the show. It was all scripted and timed to where they pulled this off in the middle of the peace, the negotiations. Refresh the screen on CNN. It was direct U.S.-Iran peace talks are underway. Looks like they still got that headline up there. So same deal. You got a headline, three-way talks with the U.S. and Iran begin. And then another article, U.S. warships transit the Strait of Hormuz. And then more rain expected as the UAE skies show cloud formation. So you're getting some rain in the UAE, it looks like. Yeah, who knows who's trying to shut me down. I have a lot of things, strange things happen throughout the years. On videos, on streams. Obviously the CCP does not like me. Okay, Kel's reporting. Let's see, the ship turned around, or apparently, according to the Iranians, 45 minutes ago. Hey, thanks, Social Security Ninja. Thank you very much. Yeah, time just goes by quick when I'm sitting here talking with you fine folks out there. Ain't no telling who's trying to shut me down. They've been trying to shut me down for years, and I'm still here. Can't shut me down. I'm too hot to handle, too cold to hold. Yeah, it could just be YouTube servers heating up too high. They get heated up. It shouldn't be though, because I'm only streaming in 1080. I'm streaming in 1080. I dropped the quality down. I could see that stuff buffering or having problems when I'm at 4K 30, or if I upload a 4K 60 video, sometimes you have problems. But 1080 30, it shouldn't be having any problems. Things should just be smooth sailing. Let's see. Yeah, what a shitty job. Trying to do a peace deal with 2 real estate agents while Grandpa Bone Spurs issues threats trying to ram the Navy through the straits at the same time. I told y'all, this is the hottest. It has been, it is, will be the hottest reality show on TV. Now look, I'm not making light of the fact that, you know, people are getting injured and killed, and our way of life is changing. But I'm saying from an attention standpoint, everybody's glued to this because you have no idea what the guy's gonna do next. I didn't see this coming. I wasn't expecting this, but I should have. I mean, I was just focused in on these peace deals. All right, let's see what happens. And the guy uses the timing to drive some ships through there. Doesn't seem like he's too concerned about the peace negotiations. Let's see. Yeah, man, I'll keep doing these streams. I just keep talking about it. And again, I don't think I'm talking politics, folks. I'm talking real life. What's going on directly is affecting my life over here. You know, poor Maria's got to go to online classes. She enjoys going to school. So now she's stuck doing online classes half the time, not full time. They got another month to go, but a month and a half. But it's affecting everybody. Let's see, Butch says, can we just go back to the bros of Bacchus nights in Subic Bay? It wasn't the bros, it was the sons of Bacchus, right? Or was it the bros? I can't remember. Those are good times. Okay, Alyssa says the lead ship just turned around. Hey Jim, how you doing, my friend? Hope you're doing well. All right, so let me go back over here and see what's updated here. Again, I've been getting these reports through Al Jazeera's update about the peace talks. Apparently they got a janitor or somebody over there that's getting tidbits of information out. Last we heard, they did their talks and then they were going to supper. Okay, so here's breaking news. The first round of talks lasted just less than 2 hours. There was a break for dinner, and we believe that the negotiations have begun again. Now imagine going to dinner and then coming back into the negotiations, and you got Trump driving some ships through the strait, giving them the finger. Both sides began with maximalist positions. And we read that before, where the U.S. is way over here, they're way over here, they're nowhere near the middle to close the deal. We were told that some progress has been made on the issues of Israeli attacks on Lebanon and unfreezing assets that Iran desperately needs, the Strait, and several others. But see, then again, earlier in the night, the White House said they were not going to unfreeze any assets. Okay, Macron. French President Emmanuel Macron says he has spoken with his Iranian counterpart, the Iranian president, prime minister, what have you. My mind's getting a little fuzzy. With his Iranian counterpart, Pezeshkian, by phone, urging him to seize the opportunity presented by the Islamabad talks to pave the way for a lasting de-escalation. I don't get it. Why are we listening to France? Maybe I'm still confused. Why do we give a shit what Macron says? What has he done for me? How has Macron helped me put Jimmy Dean sausage on my breakfast table over these cheap red hot dogs? Why do I give a shit what Macron thinks? You know, he's got so many problems in his country. Why does the world care what he thinks? I don't know. In a post, Macron says he stressed the need for Iran to restore freedom and security of navigation in the Strait. No shit. That's just a waste of 1 minute of all of our lives right there talking about what France thinks. Okay, everyone in Tehran waiting for the outcome of these talks. Their delegation represents nearly all layers of Iranian institutions, including Parliament, the Foreign Ministry, and the Supreme National Security Council. Okay. But from my standpoint, none of those people are in control. It's the military. That's who's calling the shots. Are they voluntarily and magically going to give up power when this delegation comes back and says, hey, we got a deal for peace, now give up your power? I'm not so sure it's going to be that easy. It'd be very easy for the military to take that plane out of the sky. Their own military. Again, it says, reports broke that multiple U.S. vessels had crossed the strait for the first time in months in a move that was not coordinated with Iran. Man, that's going to piss them off. That's a slap in the face. It's going to piss them off. I know I'm being Captain Obvious, but it's really going to piss them off. Okay, again, this is another source. No issues reported as 2 U.S. Navy destroyers crossed Hormuz. Again, this coming from the Wall Street Journal, same source. No issues were reported, and the move was described as a freedom of navigation mission. They added that the vessels were not escorting commercial ships. And that coming from 3 U.S. officials. And then if you listen to the Iranian side, Iranian state TV denied reports. A U.S. vessel turned back after receiving a warning, according to Iran. So who's telling the truth? Did the U.S. ships go through or did they not? Okay, according to Kell, it's fake news. The ships turned back. It's Trump manipulating the oil price again. Alyssa says fake news. Well, that's what we talked about earlier. Both sides are telling such whoppers. I mean, I don't believe the Iranians. I don't believe DJT. I don't know what to believe other than the fact that I don't believe any of them. You can't believe any of them at this point. Okay, still nothing new on his little social. Yeah, especially on the negotiations, Al Jazeera seems to have the scoop. They get an inside source. Probably the dude with the mop. Okay, again, if you're just joining us, negotiations are believed to be back on after their dinner break. First round, they talked for 2 hours, broke for dinner, good coffee. Now they think that the negotiations have begun again. We've been hearing from a number of officials, because here in Pakistan, they've been asked not to speak to the media. Yeah, of course, but Lebanese Prime Minister says he's postponing a trip to the U.S. in light of the current internal situation in Lebanon. The announcement comes as Israeli and Lebanese officials are expected to hold talks in the U.S. next week. So let's see, 5 people killed in more Israeli strikes on southern Lebanon. They're reporting drones are still flying overhead, but it's happening in the south. Okay, so a lot of stuff going on. I just thought this was going to be a low-key talk about the peace negotiations. Now you got U.S. Navy ships supposedly entering the strait. I think, some folks on here think that's fake news, just deception. It could go either way. Bush says, to be honest, how long do we let these motherfuckers rule our lives and control our pockets? That's a very good question. Let me get this mosquito out of the rest of my coffee here. Like my buddy said one time, me and him were talking, and he said, you know what people really want about the government is just to get the hell out of our way and leave us alone. My tagline I used for years, I changed stuff up, but I believe in free speech, less government, and cold beer. I'm not talking total anarchy, which I do like the Wild West. I like the Wild West type atmosphere. But like with the U.S. federal government, when I say less government, I mean like 95% less. I mean like if you just downsize the U.S. government to 5% of what it is now and just make it be efficient, that's all we need. We don't need what we have now. When I say less government, I'm not talking shave 10% off. I'm talking 95%. It's just too much. A lot of things happening in the U.S. is very eerily similar to Rome. Everything from how, the Romans were distracting everybody with all these lavish sporting events. And it just reminds me of the Super Bowl, football, right? I don't watch football. If you ask me to name some football players, the first person to pop into my head would be Mean Joe Green, Houston Oilers, Love You Blue, back in the 80s when I actually watched a few games. But it does seem like what happens in America, right? Football season comes around, everybody's distracted. Everybody's distracted by football. Don't give a shit about the issues. Congress could pass things. The president can make decisions. You don't give a shit because you're glued to the NFL. Distraction. Yeah, let's see. The government is too much to some people and not enough for others. Yeah, when the thing about it, living in other places outside the U.S., when you see how other cultures and other countries operate without all that government, well, people around the world, they live every day, right, without all that. There's positives to it, there's negatives to it, but like the way I describe, like the U.S. is like living, for me, it's like living in a minimum security prison, or maybe even a regular prison, at least a minimum security. But you're pretty much a constant in a minimum security prison. Whereas countries that are more free, you say you're free, you're walking around, right? But like this, they can put you in a maximum security prison. That's the risk of a lot of countries. That's the difference. In the U.S., I'm always in I'm always in a minimum security prison. It don't change. In other places, it's very easy for that total freedom to be maximum security. And they'll let you know when you can get out. So there's pros and cons to it, right? I still like the Wild West. You know, the first time I went to Cambo, I liked it. I loved it. It's like it was, you know, Thailand was wonderful, but you crossed over back then from the Thailand side to Cambodia. It went from pavement to red dirt road. I was like, oh yeah, I like this. Anyhow. Yeah, you know, when everybody talks about the good old days, everybody says, and it's funny because in this documentary I always reference, there's a documentary about Jimmy Buffett and the crew. It's called All That Is Sacred. It's on Yeti's channel. It just talks about Jimmy Buffett and everybody down there in the 70s. Because it wasn't just Jimmy Buffett in Key West. It was, you know, Tom McGuane, Jim Harrison, you know, famous writers who, you know, many books that turned into movies, very famous. I just forgot what I was talking about. Sitting there thinking about that documentary and I lost my train of thought. Yeah, I'll think of a point in a minute. Anyhow, great documentary. It's called All That Is Sacred. It's on Yeti's channel. Oh, talking about Jim Harrison said everywhere he went, people said, oh, you should have been here 10 years ago. It was much better. They even interviewed this old lady on there. Oh, you should have been here 10 years ago. It was much better. Well, you know, the good old days are always much better. Different era. You're younger in that era. All these places are still wonderful. But, you know, back in the day, rolling into Cambo, it was sort of Wild West, especially compared to Thailand. But literally, when you went to the border, it went from pavement, crossed over into Cambo, it was dirt. Just like that. That different, you know. You step back in time the minute you went across the border. You still do, but back then it was just, you went from law and order to a little bit of the Wild West. Yeah, I don't watch any sporting events anymore. I went to, I went through a phase watching UFC for a while. Now I don't even watch UFC anymore. You know, I don't have too many hours extra in a day now with the kids and our routine. I don't have time to watch football. All right, let me check my Al Jazeera feed here for update on the peace talks. All right, here's a Pakistani security analyst. Says that despite all of President Trump's bluster, he wants to get out of the war. This is coming from a Pakistani security analyst. Didn't really give a reason for his argument. So nothing really new from their inside source at the meetings. Okay, so from Fox News, an Israeli intelligence officer said on Friday that Iran is demanding fees from ships to travel through the strait. Again, it's effectively under full Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps control. And again, I'll maintain that the whole country is under Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps control. Trump says the Strait of Hormuz will soon be open, slams the fake news media coverage, which that's the tweet that you're seeing on the screen right there. Okay, let's see. U.S. Central Command said Saturday that sailors are keeping the USS Abraham Lincoln at peak readiness in the Middle East during the ceasefire with Iran. Ship is one of several stationed in the region. Daily operations continue aboard the Nimitz-class aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln, as thousands of sailors ensure the ship maintains peak readiness while sailing regional waters in the Middle East. U.S. military has struck more than 13,000 targets since the beginning of Operation Epic Fury against Iran on February 28. Let's see, and CENTCOM forces destroyed approximately 80% of Iran's air defense systems. 1,500 air defense targets, 450 ballistic missile storage facilities, and 801 one-way attack drone storage facilities. All of these systems are gone. Okay, but they still have 20% by the CENTCOM's admissions. And as of a week ago, they still had the capability of downing U.S. aircraft. Let's see, on Friday, Kuwait National Guard members were injured in Iranian drone attacks. Okay, so if this was on Friday, let's see, they dealt with 7 hostile drones. So again, getting some reports that it's a little quieter in certain areas, but you're still reading these reports of Iran hitting its neighbors. Okay, Lee says he's checking out. All right, buddy, we'll see you on the next one. Okay, got 99 thumbs ups, 4 thumbs downs. If somebody could give us one more thumbs up to hit that 100, I would appreciate it. Them Google squirrels love it when you hit 100. I'm sure they do. They like to start dancing when I hit 100 thumbs ups. I got 4 thumbs downs. All right, let's go to Trump's truth. Tweet stuff here. Man, look at all the mads. He must be taking a nap or something. Must be predisposed. Or maybe he's thinking. Or maybe y'all's theory is correct, that the only time he tweets is when he's on the John. I don't know. Okay, the Iranian foreign minister spokesperson calls out the U.S. media double standards. And just blah, blah, blah. U.S. authorities accuse Iran of lacking good faith. People just running their mouth. Well, I would say the fact that there's not really information being updated, they're back behind closed doors, and they're negotiating. As earlier, there was a lull in the action, so the guy with the mop, he's locked out of the room. He can't, call in and give this guy updates. So, deductive reasoning says because this little stream is not getting updated, it seems they're back there talking. Probably pretty awkward in that room as they know what's going on, or at least what's reportedly being going on with the U.S. Navy in the Strait of Hormuz. So I think that's a good thing. At least they're in the room, they're talking, if we believe that a true negotiation is going on. But the other possibility is what? It's just 2 weeks for the U.S. Navy to reload, rearm, get a little sleep, get the fuel tanks topped off, and just get ready to hit them again. And when you got Trump saying that the U.S. Navy is reloading with better weapons. What are we to believe? So a lot of things happening. Other than just peace talks. Got Navy ships going through the strait. Supposedly a bunch of ships are headed towards the U.S. to fill up on some oil. What's next? Because with the Trump show, there's always something else around the corner to throw you off. The minute you get sort of comfortable, 1 minute comfortable with the information, and you start to absorb it and digest it, so to speak, there's something else that comes out of this feed. We'll check the White House news, the White House website. Nothing new pertaining to the war. I did see where they launched an app. There's a White House app. And I'm not sure why we need a White House app. How much did that cost? Probably $20 million. I don't know why I need a White House app. They got a YouTube channel. They got a website. Do we really need an app? Okay, here we go. Breaking news from Al Jazeera. First phase of in-person talks over. The U.S.-Iran delegation now exchanging written texts. Sources close to the mediation have told Al Jazeera that the first phase of in-person talks has ended in Pakistan. The source said that the two delegations are exchanging written texts essentially aimed at confirming that they're on the same page on agreements reached today. Okay, so looks like J.D. Vance, at least via text or on paper, verbal agreements, whatever, they've reached some type of agreements. What are those agreements? We're not going to find out immediately unless he steps out and reveals some of the information. But first thing he's got to do is call DJT. So where does it go from here? I don't know. I think maybe the lower level delegates could stay around, but we'll find out. But the first phase of in-person talks are over. Let's see. That's all that the guy with the mop could get out while nobody was looking. That's 2 minutes ago. That's the freshest information coming out of Islamabad, Pakistan, on the Iran peace and negotiation, or the peace talks. Okay, well, now let me put that back up on the screen. Let me dig it up here. Make sure I got the right one. Okay, so Trump tells the Post he's preparing, put that on the screen, military if Iran fails to comply in talks. We're loading up the ships. Okay. And let me find, you know what, I'll just go back to the home page. So pretty crazy when, you know, Al Jazeera is reporting on the ceasefire talks, right? So first phase of in-person talks are over. Exchanging texts, make sure they're all on the same page on agreements reached today. That's their verbiage. Meanwhile, that's the headline of the New York Post. I don't know if confusing is the word. Confusing messages, mixed signals. Especially when they were already supposed to cease fire and open the strait, which hasn't exactly happened. It's like, which screen do you want to look at? That's what's coming from the New York Post right there. Maybe they'll get me for copyright, but when it pertains to history, I don't feel so bad about putting it up there for a few minutes. Yeah, somebody's getting some good tips. It's either the dude serving the tea or the guy on the mop. Somebody was getting some regular reports out to this Al Jazeera reporter. He had the scoop. Maybe it was his cousin in there. Let's see, Alyssa says, how about reducing the size of the government by closing all the U.S. bases abroad? Could definitely be more efficient about it. A big problem with the U.S. government, its level of efficiency, operating in an efficient manner. I'd hate to put a percentage on it. Where they operate at about an 8% efficiency rating. Okay, so 108 thumbs ups. Thank y'all very much. It certainly helps out with the Google squirrels. 4 thumbs down. Okay, so it's coming up, it's 1:01 in the morning here. I'll probably take a few more of your comments, and then I'm going to go ahead and shut her down. Get a few hours of rest. But again, if you're just joining me, you started out with the Iran peace talks. Sounds like they just concluded. J.D. Vance, Witkoff, and what's that dude's name? Kushner met with the Iranians, with the Pakistanis being mediators. They went to Chow. They came back, talked some more. And meanwhile, pretty much simultaneously, reportedly, the U.S. Navy sailed through the strait. We don't know what's fake news, what's authentic, what's not. Was it just deception to help along the negotiations? I don't know. But there you go. That's my talk on real life events going down here, the year 2026. Damn, we went from 2020, things sort of smoothed out a little bit. Now 2026, more crazy events affecting us all. Okay, I'll take a few more comments and then I'll probably just shut her down. It'll take JD a while to figure out. Well, he'll DJT will put the information out on his damn Twitter feed over here. He'll figure out what to put out about it. So JD's briefing DJT, then DJT will tweet some shit out. You don't gotta wait long. He's probably formulating one right now. Let's see, M. Lovemo, thank you very much. Thanks for joining me. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Certainly appreciate it. Yeah, brought up a good point. I wouldn't be putting any government apps on my phone, at least not voluntarily. Yeah, I'm not going to rush out and put that White House app on my phone. I don't see how that's going to serve me as a U.S. citizen, how that benefits me, and how much did they pay for that? You know, you sit there and roast old Kristi Noem for spending $200 million on taking pictures of her riding her horse. But how much did they just spend on a White House app? That shit ain't free. Even if it was $2 million, my gosh, you know how much Jimmy Dean's sausage I can buy for $2 million? You know, who the hell is really going to use that app? I don't know, I just think it's something that we don't need. Okay, I ranked that right up there with the Bluetooth toaster and the Google AI-powered refrigerator. It's just shit that humanity don't need. Okay? Nothing wrong with the old toaster. You put the toast in the top, you push the button down. It pops up when it's done. Give it a minute to cool down and you burn your fingers. You know what I'm talking about. No need for the Bluetooth. Okay, my refrigerator over there is a dumb refrigerator. I don't need a Google AI-powered damn iPad embedded on the door to tell me which shelf the cheese is located on. I don't need that refrigerator to send me a text to tell me that I'm out of bologna. I don't need that. You know, these AI data centers, right, that's taking up all this electricity and water and everything else. Why? Because somebody's too lazy to look in the ref and say, oh, we're out of cheese, beer, and eggs. Let's go to the grocery store. And I don't even understand this AI stuff. What are people using this shit for? I know how to Google and to get the information up there. What's the difference with this AI? That you got to have new data centers to power all this stuff. People can't write their own email. They can't write their own letter. What does that say about society? I think at some point this AI shit's going to jump the shark like the .com bubble burst back in the 90s. I just don't get it. How the hell can AI help me make my life easier? I haven't come up with one situation so far. Especially the AI-powered refrigerator. That's just some funny stuff to a redneck like me. And a Bluetooth toaster. And right up there with the White House app. A couple more comments, I'm going to shut her down. I must be totally frank. We'll see you on the next one. Thank you all very much. Yeah, and at some point, this thing, somebody tried to shut me down, but the software resurrected itself. But I think it reset my timer. I'm not sure how long I've been live. I guess I'll have to look at the YouTube. The timer got reset when they tried to shut me down. All right, just for good measure, I'll refresh his tweets. Look at all these ads. See if he's spewed out something new. Nope. He must be on the phone with JD trying to figure out what to tweet out. He's going to tweet something out. All right, this is the breaking news here. 6 minutes ago, sources close to the Iranian delegation have told Al Jazeera that their participation in the talks followed a decision by the U.S. to release frozen Iranian assets. This was one of Iran's demands in its 10-point plan. The U.S. has not commented on whether it has agreed to release frozen Iranian assets. Well, it commented earlier and said that wasn't the case. Like I said many times, it's all about the money. It's not about the ideology, the religion, the tradition, the principle. It's all about that money. They want that money. You start giving them that money, they'll start agreeing to stuff. They want that money. Yeah, folks, well, I'm going to go get some rest. And I'll wake up like 3-4 hours later. Ain't no telling what state of affairs the world is going to be in. You know what I mean? You lay down 3-4 hours, wake up, ain't no telling what the headlines are going to be. All right. So, folks, that's it. That's the end of my stream. Thank you very much. If you don't mind, hit the thumbs up button for us. Leave a comment down below when the video posts. And I got a video loaded for, I guess, in the morning. It'll be nighttime, your time. Of me and the crew going to Jollibee. I took the crew to Jollibee. The old lady, the kids, Janice, her kid. So, more family time. Hanging out over there in Subic Bay. So be looking for that video tomorrow. All right, folks. Thank y'all very much for joining me. I'll see y'all on the next one. Peace out, my friends. I'm out of here.